Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the November meeting of State Board of Education. We're glad all of you are here. And it's November. It seems like it's flown by this fall, but November is kind of the time that we take a minute and we pause and we think of all the things that we're grateful for and thankful for. And I just wanted to express that one of the things that I'm really grateful for is all of the teachers and staff, administrators that are working so hard this year. You know, in the past almost 2 years, it's been difficult, but they have not, didn't seem to me slow down a bit. It just worked hard and done what needs to be done. And also the staff here at the division, you know, they have stepped up and went above board so many different times. So I want to appreciate them and just tell that they are something that I am very thankful for during this time. And so what I'd like for you to do this morning is to join me in a moment of silence as we begin our meeting. Thank you. All right. We have some recognitions this morning. Super exciting. Our first recognition is the 2022 Arkansas Teacher of the Year. And Ms. Torrance is going to present this morning.
Good morning. I am Venus Torrance, and I'm the coordinator of the Arkansas Teacher of the Year program. Since 1959, Arkansas has recognized 62 outstanding educators for their commitment, for their talent, their drive, their work, their inspiration, everything that they do inside the classroom and out in the community. Our Teacher of the Year program is one of the strongest in the country. We have a really sizable monetary award courtesy of the Walton Foundation. Our Teacher of the Year has a 1-year sabbatical from their classroom. They are going to sit on the board as a non-voting member starting July 1st of their year. And they have some training before their year of service begins. So we really have a comprehensive program here in Arkansas. We're really proud of it. We recently named our 2022 Arkansas Teacher of the Year, who will begin her tenure July 1st, and I'm really excited for you to meet her today. We will have our current Teacher of the Year, Miss Susanna Post, come to the podium to introduce her.
I have been waiting for this moment. Miss Jessica Song is here with us today from Cabot. She is a K4, is that right, Jessica? K4 special education teacher. Y'all, I'm not gonna lie, we had some outstanding candidates this year. What I want to share with you very briefly, because I told her, I felt like Joel told my whole story last year when he presented me, and I don't want to take her story, but Jessica, and I had all the students at Cabot repeat this after me. She is so full of joy, and you're about to get to see that. But I had all the students say, "Joyful Jessica," when we were sitting there for an extended period of time at her recognition. But she is so full of joy, and y'all, it's been a rough couple of years in education, and so to walk into that classroom and to see these students dancing and singing and smiling and loving learning, all under the incredible leadership of this woman, it was a beautiful thing to see. And as we discussed these 4 candidates that we had, we all kept coming back to Jessica and to the joy that she brought to the table and the very unique perspective. She will share with you that she is from a military family, and just, I think it's going to be healthy for the board to have the perspective of a special education teacher sitting with you next year when I'm finished. So it is my great privilege to introduce to you Miss Jessica Song.
all so much. This is just such a privilege to stand in front of you today, to be announced as the 2022 Arkansas Teacher of the Year. The privilege is not lost on me. I am so excited for this opportunity. Thank you to Susanna and Venus. They have already proven to be just an invaluable source to me of encouragement as we worked on our National Teacher of the Year application and just answering little questions that I've had pop up sometimes late at night, and concerns, fears that I've had, that they've been able to kind of just comfort me and let me know it's going to be okay, you've got this. Susanna hugged me and said, just breathe, when she came in my classroom, and I told her that, that is what I needed. And even at the governor's mansion, when we had the ceremony there, that was the first thing she said to all the candidates in the room, was just breathe, take this moment in. And so I'm just looking forward to a whole year of doing that. I also wanted to thank Dr. Thurman here. He is the superintendent from Cabot Public Schools, and thank the Cabot School District. They have been beyond supportive of me, encouraging me and developing me as an educator. And I'm so grateful for that district for helping me get to this place today. So thank you so much, Dr. Thurman, for being here. I've been reading a lot. There's so much out there for educational resources, and especially special education, is it kind of shifts in how we deliver these services. One of the books I'm reading right now is called Reimagining Special Education. And in the beginning of the introduction to the book, they said, what will you choose as your new normal going forward? And what an interesting time we are in right now, that education has had to change. There is a big focus on the social emotional health of students, of all students, not just special education students. There's more empathy, there's more innovation, and there's more learning. And so I look at this as a huge opportunity to unite. And that is something, when we worked on my national application, that we kept coming back to, was uniting. And that doesn't just mean in the classroom. That means educators across the state bringing their collective knowledge together and uniting and doing what's best for students. It means special education and providing the right supports and uniting special education students with their general education peers and providing true, meaningful inclusion opportunities. There's only so much I can teach in my classroom. If a student can do something amazing in my classroom but cannot take it to the community or to their gen ed classes, then I'm failing them. I have not prepared them for life outside of my four walls. So I just think that inclusion is such a powerful tool and something students need and deserve. We have to unite students with mental health supports. We are seeing students come to school angry and frustrated. They're experiencing trauma, or they've experienced trauma, and they're not really sure how to process it. In 2019 to 2020, there was 3.8 million adolescents that reported a major depressive episode. 60% received no mental health support, but those who did, 75% received it only in the school setting. We have a big responsibility. Our kids are looking to us for a lot more than academics, and we know that, and we are in an extremely unique position to provide them with those supports, because we teach a lot more than what's just in the textbooks or on the computers. We need to unite with parents. And if you are on Twitter or social media, you see a lot of negative from parents and from teachers about those relationships. They are our partners, and we need to recognize that and celebrate that. It is important. They need us, and we need them if we're going to do what's best for children. And I look also to military families. Arkansas is an extremely military-friendly state. This is our second assignment here, and I've spent 10 of my 15 years of marriage in Arkansas. I know what a great state Arkansas is for our military families. I know what Arkansas is doing for military students, but I see where we can do more, and I look forward to supporting the board and the agencies in the state and letting them know how these families need support, not just when they come to Arkansas, but when they leave, so that families say, we just left Arkansas. Listen to what their schools did for us. Listen to what this state did for us. You're going to have an amazing experience there, which is what my family has experienced. I want to be a spokesperson for all teachers and all students. No student population should have to go without the resources they need to be successful. That is all students. All students deserve our best, and I just cannot wait for the opportunity to provide that to them. One other thing that I want to share that I'm passionate about is early childhood education. I taught pre-K before I taught special education, and if you see our students that are coming into the public school system who have been in a high quality pre-K program, you can tell They have so many more experiences, not just the academics, the social experiences that they need to be successful. It's hard for a little person to learn to line up and be quiet at 5 years old and be prepared to learn. And I really would like to see more opportunities for access to early childhood education for all students. So again, I thank you so much for having me here. This is such an honor, and I am so excited to represent Arkansas. Hopefully the nation as the Teacher of the Year, but at least Arkansas, it is just such a privilege, and thank you again.
Before you leave, Ms. Som, I want to express how proud we are of you, and I think the board members got a glimpse of your passion and your platform, and we are very blessed to have you as our incoming Teacher of the Year. So thank you for all that you're going to do for kids and teachers. So best of luck to you. All right. We have another recognition. Another great teacher this morning, the American History Teacher of the Year Award.
Good morning. My name is Amber Pernique, and I'm the Disciplinary Literacy Program Manager in the Office of Learning Services. Joe T. Robinson High School's Christy Brassfield has been named the 2021 Gilder Lairman History Teacher of the Year for the state of Arkansas. This past year, parents, students, teachers, and administrators nationwide nominated a record 8,510 teachers nationwide for this award, and amidst a very competitive field, Ms. Brassfield rose to the top in Arkansas. The Gilder Lairman History Teacher of the Year Award highlights crucial importance of history education by honoring exceptional American history teachers from elementary school and high school. We are delighted to present this certificate to you, Ms. Christy Brassfield, our Arkansas 2021 History Teacher of the Year. Congratulations.
I want to thank everyone. I didn't have an elaborate speech made up for anything. But I just want to thank everyone for recognizing me for this, for Blytheville, for developing me as a teacher early in my career, and for Pulaski County Special School District and Robinson High School for accepting me this year as I moved, and are really getting me off to a really great start. And just thank you, everyone.
Congratulations. Congratulations. Congratulations, Ms. Brassfield. We are so proud of you, and I know your students are so very fortunate to have you as their teacher, because we know that makes a big difference. So thank you for all you do. All right. Where are we at? Arkansas Computer Science and Computing Initiative. Mr. Owen.
Yes, thank you, Chairwoman Newton. Anthony Owen, Arkansas Department of Education, Office of Computer Science. I believe Dan has a presentation. Yep, thank you, Dan. So I understand that this is a one-day board meeting, so I'm going to try to keep my remarks brief, but I also invited Kelly Griffin, our lead CS specialist, to join me today. Kelly is really my right hand in this initiative. She helps me lead the CS specialist team, which I will give a little recognition to here in a second. But I think it's important that we do recognize our team members that help make our initiative successful. Lots of times the attention goes to those people who are in the leadership roles, but it's really the individuals that are out in the field making the difference with our teachers in our schools. So I do want to recognize her, and she's also here if you want to ask questions of her. So, but that said, I'm going to try to do this 3 R's type report: recognition, report, and resolution. So I will try to keep it brief. The first thing that I want to go through is that we do want to recognize last year's Great Arkansas History Video Game Coding Competition winners. Because of COVID, we were not able to recognize these individuals, and honestly, because of the school year, how it is right now, we couldn't get the teacher or the students to join us via Zoom. But I felt like that it is important for them to be recognized. They did receive trophies for this. We're honestly still working on the $1,000 awards that has been sent to the 529 Commission, but we learned a lesson this year. We're no longer going to just send one check, because when they get that one check, if they don't have all 6 accounts set up, they just hold the check until we get all 6 accounts set up. So we have one family who has not set up that account yet. They have till December, and then we'll look at what else that we'll do. But the school has received their award. But that said, I do want to recognize Casey Elliott, Chris Martinez, Elijah Reed, Ural Roman, Reese Stevens, and Will Gladden for producing the winning submission from the Hellstern Middle School in Springdale School District. And Jamie Walker is their teacher advisor. So congratulations, team, and great job on the game. And also, just so you're aware, we have announced our competition cycle for the following school year. This year's theme is My Favorite Arkansas Town. So we're asking students to either talk about their community and why they enjoy it, and it could be things that they do, fairs, or just a unique piece of history that they tell through a gaming environment. But they also can choose a town other than theirs if they want to, if they have a favorite town other than theirs. We won't get into that, but they're allowed to do that. So that application window is from February 21st through March 4th. And we have the rules and the processes out there on our website. The second piece that I want to bring to your attention today, Chairwoman Newton and board members, is that Chairwoman Newton has the resolution for the 2021 Computer Science Education Week. This is something that I bring to y'all each year, where I ask y'all to declare from an Arkansas perspective that this board values computer science education. So Chairwoman Newton, in the interest of time, I am open to reading the resolution out loud or just submitting it as is.
Your preference.
My preference is the board's preference on that. I will read it quickly. How about that?
How about that? That'll work.
Okay, whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education believes that every student in Arkansas deserves a premier computer science and computing education that supports college and career aspirations, and whereas the Arkansas State Board of Education supports the state in its efforts to remain a national leader in computer technology careers through the implementation of the Computer Science and Computing Education Initiative, and whereas the field of computer science has significant equity barriers to address, including attracting more participation by females and underrepresented minorities to all levels and branches, whereas Dr. Ray Montague, an Arkansas native who was a national pioneer for women and women of color in engineering and computer sciences, created the first design of a U.S. naval ship using a computer, whereas Grace Murray Hopper, one of the first females in the field of computer science, engineered new programming languages and pioneered standards for computer systems that laid the foundation for many advancements in computer science, and whereas the week of December 6th through 12th, 2021, in honor of Grace Hopper's birthday on December 9th, is nationally designated as Computer Science Education Week. Now therefore be resolved that we, the members of the Arkansas State Board of Education, in honor of both Dr. Grace Hopper and Dr. Ray Montague, recognize the week of December 6 through 12, 2021 as Arkansas Computer Science Education Week.
Thank you.
Thank you. On the paper handout that I've given y'all, and also on the slide here, we do have the announcement page where we will post our announcements over CS Ed Week. For some years now, we have come out with announcements each day of CS Ed Week that further our computer science initiative. We will run that again. I also want to point out that the board members should have all received an invitation to December 3rd National CS Ed Week kickoff event that's going to be hosted here in Little Rock. So Gus for CS asked us to host this event. So we have agreed to that, and Governor Hutchinson is hosting that at the mansion. You all received one of our first pieces of swag that we're going to give out at that event, which is a tri-branded pin. So enjoy using that, and hopefully it comes in handy for you all. There will also be a press event at 1 p.m. that day where Jake Baskin, Executive Director, will officially kick off the national event. I want to go quickly through the enrollment data. I will roll through this pretty quick, but I'm open to questions at the end if you have more specifics. You have this data both on the graph, or I do have a printed version, and anybody in the audience who wants any of these documents, there are extra copies back at my table. So some quick highlights. We had 13,537 enrollments for this school year. That is total number of enrollments, which includes 12,547 individual students. Over 1,000 students obviously are taking more than one CS course. 12,304, or 91% of the enrollments, are being taught in a face-to-face manner this year. So that is a significant change from our first year. We greatly value our partnership with Virtual Arkansas, but we've said from day one, and Virtual Arkansas has agreed, that to build sustainable programs, we have to have teachers supporting these kids within the schools. So that is a very impressive number, and I'm very proud of that number. I'm proud of our teachers for making it so. 593 enrollments are in concurrent credit college courses, and 152 of those enrollments are for weighted college credit, or weighted credit. So there was an increase at every grade level this year. And the largest grade level number of enrollments came from the state's 9th graders, which is also positive because they have more time to complete programs of study if they're starting earlier. So we always like to see those early grade enrollments. And this year, over 750 of our enrollments came from 8th graders. If y'all remember, we came to y'all earlier this year and asked y'all to approve 9 courses to be taught for high school credit in 8th grade. This is a result of y'all's action earlier in the year, that we now have 750 8th grade students that will already have a high school credit in CS. By the way, that is the class that the graduation requirement starts with. So we have 750 students that are already ahead of that graduation requirement here in Arkansas. So thank y'all for doing that. These enrollments, as I just mentioned, are still because of voluntary participation. So that requirement, that graduation requirement, does not take effect till with next year's 9th graders. I'll just roll through this real quick. You'll see these first few slides just give the details on how we pulled this information. The thing that I'll pull out, that I want to point out primarily, is that if you do quick math in your head, you'll see that the numbers on this slide, total numbers, don't match numbers on the next slide. That's because for the purpose of CS enrollment overall, we only report unduplicated student counts. So these are the number of individual students taking at least one CS course. When we start breaking it down in demographics, we have to look at the duplicated. So you'll see about 1,000 additional in the numbers if you try to add them up. This year we did have an increase of a little over 2,000. I would like to point out proudly that is our largest one-year increase since the first year of the initiative. So we continue, even without a mandate in place, we continue to see the desire for these courses out there amongst our students. Mentioned this a little bit, our enrollment numbers by grade. You see this year I actually included 8th grade because we have a significant jump in that, and we'll continue to look at that. Enrollment percentages, just another way to look at the information there. We still continue to struggle with this, but as Kelly pointed out to me yesterday as we were talking through this, she said, Anthony, what I want people to, or what I hope people are noticing when they look at this, is that we have 4,000 females taking computer science courses across our schools in Arkansas. Look back at 2014-15, there were 223 females taking computer science. Look back to last year, it's an increase of an additional, almost or a little more than 800 female students taking computer science. So though those percentages are closing in gap a little bit, we also sometimes have to step back and look at the numbers and the successes that we do have. But this is something that we do want to continue to focus on, making sure, and we think that the graduation requirement will help. Well, obviously it will help with this, but what we'll start tracking in future years once that graduation requirement comes into place is how many and what are the demographics of those students who are taking more than one course. What are the demographics of those students that are completers in computer science, taking 3 full courses in a pathway. So that's going to be more of our metric going forward because of the graduation requirement. Enrollment percentage by race, we're still pretty close to parity with our general population percentages. You'll notice some slight differences, but we are still very proud of these numbers. Last year's, you'll see that they were very similar. We did have a little opening of a gap there, but once again, the graduation requirement will close these parity issues for that 1-year course or that first course or that 1 credit. We'll then start looking at what are the demographics of the students taking more than 1 course. We've started including this in our data that we're looking at. As I said, we think that this is important, is how many students and what is the makeup of those students taking those higher advanced level CS courses. You see the blue line represents the total number, which we saw a downtick in the total number over the past couple years. That's not surprising. A lot of schools are limiting their options for some of the more advanced courses. We're continuing to work on that. We'll try to get that back in place. But the other reason is you'll notice a significant increase between like 2017 going to 2019. That's because APCSP was brand new at that point, and APCSP had the largest launch of any AP course in the nation's history. So more students took it in the first year than any other AP course in the nation's history. So we saw this significant jump at that point. We're starting to see those numbers come back down a little bit. But if you dig down into the bottom bar graphs there, you'll see that we have increased in concurrent enrollments, which is very very beneficial to our students because they get not only the CS Flex credit, but they also get the postgraduate credit. CSP, you start seeing those numbers come down. That's the green bar graph. But you also see an increase or kind of a steady hold in the CSA numbers, and we'll talk about that a little bit more in a second. For the past couple years, that CSA course is our capstone level course in AP. This is a breakdown of classroom versus virtual over the time frame of the initiative, and you see that we had a big jump last year to nobody's surprise in the percentage of virtual, but you see that we're continuing to close that gap in the number of students that are taking virtual. Once again, I don't want to take anything away from Virtual Arkansas. We could not have done this initiative without them and their support, and they're continuing to build out great curriculum for us that teachers are using in the classroom. So as John Ashworth and I have talked about multiple times, their role in this is just changing from what it was in 2014-15, 2015-16. 2015-16, they were really there to help us launch this. Now they're here to help us support those schools that need those additional resources and teachers that need those additional resources. And just another breakdown of that information. I'll pause there and see if there are any questions on the enrollment data before I move on, because I know there was a lot there real quick.
Dr. Rankin?
I do. Thank you so much for this report. This is wonderful information. I have a quick question about enrollment. As you're looking at the numbers, are you seeing consistency throughout, like if I were to look at a map of the state, geographically speaking, are you seeing consistency among our 75 counties for implementation?
So we are seeing consistent inconsistency, if that makes sense. Now, what I mean by that is that we have strong pockets, but those pockets aren't necessarily around metropolitan areas all the time. We have, what it comes down to, and it goes back to my statement about the face-to-face teacher, but it's so much more than just the face-to-face teacher. It is supportive leadership within those schools. It's whether the principal is really putting their efforts behind that, the superintendent, the board. There are areas of the state that, yes, we're having difficulty. The Delta, I think, is to nobody's surprise, extreme southern Arkansas. But I will share with you also that I went out and spoke to all the board, the ESC directors last month, because we were speaking to them about Act 414 and the teacher certification requirement that y'all have the rules now for. And we took with us a list of the number of certified teachers in each co-op area. And I won't call them out, but we had quite a few of them that were surprised. They weren't as in bad shape as they thought they were. Most of our co-ops, most of our schools have a certified teacher already teaching within their district. That's going to make the difference. But to say that everybody's doing great in enrollment across the board, I can't say that, because we'd be at 21,000 for a quarter of our, close to 30,000 for a quarter of our students versus 12,000. But we are doing well as a state overall.
Thank you for that. And then just one additional question out of curiosity, dipping down into the 8th grade level. So if that 8th grade student gets excited about CS, do those 8th grade students have a consistent progression of pathway where they have those courses available 9th, 10th, 11th, and 12th grade, like consistently until graduation?
Yes, ma'am. So one thing that we're very proud about in our initiative is that we have 27 state design courses that are 9 different pathways in computer science of 3 full courses, 3 full credits. And those were wrote with industry experts. So those are defined courses with defined standards that are a progression or pathway. Beyond that, we have, our office provides concurrent credit options through A-State upskill programming, which actually provides up to 9 college hours that we pay for students, 3 computer science flex credits. They can become a mobile app designer for iOS or Android. They can also get into game design development. And then beyond that, we have independent study and internship. So if we have a school that really has an innovative teacher out there that wants to go beyond what the state has adopted, then they have the option to look at our standards and build upon them for independent study or internships. And I didn't even mention our 2 AP courses. So yes, we have, at last count, we have over 55 course options for students to receive a computer science flex credit.
That sounds exciting.
Yeah.
I love that's so beautifully thought out, because you don't want that 8th grade student to get excited and have levels 1, 2, and 3 for 8th, 9th, and 10th grade and then go in a black hole. So that's
Yes.
great. Thank you for that.
Thank you.
That's exciting.
Thank you. Okay.
Any other questions? Okay.
Okay, with that, I want to roll through a little bit more information as we get into, y'all are considering the rules for Act 414. I want to bring you some data on the computer science certified educators. We have officially passed 613. I want to thank Carly Saraceni and Melissa Jackson, Michael Rowland for helping me pull the data that y'all are about to see very quickly. It's always last minute with them, with me going to them and saying, hey, can you pull this data? I'd like to have it by end of the day, and they're so gracious and do that so quickly for me. But we are officially over 613 certified teachers. That includes, the majority of those are full 528 certified. So that means they have passed the content knowledge praxis. The 265 have met a requisite number of training hours and certified teachers, and then we actually have 9 technical permits out there now. So we are seeing great progression, and once again, this is because of the work of the CS specialist team that is out in the field. Praxis update, and I will be coming back to y'all before a year's out with some potential discussions about the praxis, but I do want to give y'all an update about this. The old praxis exam, these numbers haven't changed because they've been the same since we phased out in November 2018, but under the new praxis exam, which began in September 2018, This board, at our recommendation, set a cut score of 142. We've had 191 test takers. There have been 1,079 national test takers, so we're still representative of almost 20% of the national test takers as a state. And 159 out of 191 have passed at that cut score that we set in 2018, which is 83.25%. Want to share some information on our bonus programs. We have given out a total of over $600,000 to 200 teachers. They get this bonus by becoming full 528 certified and then teaching students in the classroom. And they can receive this $2,000 per year for up to 5 years. The up to 5 years was just announced, I think 3 years ago was the first year that we started that. So that's why you don't have any teachers at that 5-year mark yet. We have teachers that have been teaching more than 5 years, but that bonus program didn't start with the initiative when it started. So the breakdown there is there per year, and then what we provided this summer and this fall is also listed. Other bonus programs, we have our K-8 lead teacher program. This is designed for our K-8 teachers that want to get fully certified in CS and then provide professional development back in their schools to other teachers, helping them understand how to integrate our standards, how to properly teach these digital literacy skills back within their school. So we provided $264,000 in grant dollars to 479 teachers. Sadly, only 28 of those have added their full certification, but as I tell my team all the time, that's not something necessarily to get upset about, because we have 479 teachers that have went through training in CS that we would have never expected them to. This training is not a one-day sit and get. This is a full 30 hours. Not that that's an extensive amount of time, but that's more than we could expect a lot of teachers to get in computer science training. Our advanced professional development, this is tied to those third level courses. And also AP courses. We provided over $66,000. They basically get $100 to $125 per day of advanced level training, and we provided that to our 281 teachers. I'll stop there and see if there are any questions before I go to the last section of updates.
Ms. Dean?
It goes back to, you were saying only 28 have added there. What would be a barrier to them adding that certification?
So to get the 528 right now, the only method to receive that 528 is to pass the content knowledge praxis in computer science. So a lot of these, obviously they're K-8, which is not to take anything away from them. My wife is a K-8 educator, and she went through the K-8 lead teacher program and passed the praxis without my help. She refused to take my help because she said, I don't want anybody to say Anthony did it for me. And so she went through the full program. So she's one of those 28. She's not strong in math, and I don't think she'd have a problem with me sharing this. She's also mildly dyslexic. She has some barriers that she figured out a way to overcome. She worked with Tammy Glass, one of our CS specialists, extensively, and that's really where the power of this team comes in, is that they are willing to go work with individual teachers out there to help them prepare for that praxis and get the knowledge that they need.
That's good to know. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I would be remiss if I didn't mention our boss, National Governors Association Chairman's Initiative. If you're not aware, Governor Hutchinson is the NGA chair through July of next year. He has named computer science as his national focus, or his chairman's initiative, and he has established 5 goals for that. There's a link there that you can go out and read more about what his plans are for this. It's a lot of things that we're already doing in Arkansas, but we can continue doing to a greater level. Last week we had the 2021 State of Computer Science Education Advocacy Report. This is a national level report that was launched. I did not print out the full 116 pages for y'all. I'm sorry. If you want me to, I will be glad to and get that to you. I did, however, provide you in the stack of papers that were left at your desk the Arkansas handouts that were part of that report. That's the link on the side. You can go out and see any state's reports. And then also Code.org launched this national data center that you can go out. We have a great data center in Arkansas, thanks to Regent and Don Benton's groups for putting that together. But that just shows us Arkansas. and sometimes I like to compare us to other states because usually we're ahead of them. So this is a great way for you to go out and look at that information. This actually not only helps share state data, but you can drill down into the individual schools. In fact, I was having a discussion via email with Dr. Poore yesterday of Little Rock School District. They had 2 schools that were listed as not offering CS at the 2 high schools, but come to find out, one of them had been closed since 2018, and the other one had a different name than what the National Center for Educational Research or whatever, where they pull the data, had listed there. So we're getting that information corrected. So thank you, Dr. Poore, for your help if you're out there watching. And then I mentioned AP incentive, or AP earlier, and said I'd come back to this. This is our AP incentive program. This is where we pay students for qualifying scores on that capstone, that top level AP course. These are amounts that were provided. And we see an increase in those qualifying scores. That's that purple line, which is what we want to see. The blue line up top is the number of students taking the AP exam each year, APCSA exam. But what I think is most, not only have we seen any increase in the number of qualifying scores, but that blue bar represents the number of 5s. Now, I am a good enough mathematician to know that Ms. Newton would probably throw something at me if I argued causation, but there is a correlation here. So, and we're proud of that correlation. So, just sharing that information. I know our students are very excited to see this. Under this program, every one of those students that received a 5 received $1,000. So, our monthly newsletters, and I'm about to finish up. I included a copy. We're very proud of this month's copy, and hope that y'all are enjoying those each month. We've produced 38 issues. Once again, have a great team that helps pull that together each month, and we have a place where all that. And I want to mention my team, and this is my last slide, and then I'll open the questions. I've already mentioned Kelly. Jim Furness is in the back here with us. Jim has been with me since late 2016, early 2017, so he's what I consider one of my original 5. We've now built our team to 10 statewide specialists, and I do emphasize statewide, even though they may be in a particular area of the state. They travel all over to support teachers based on what the needs are. And then, of course, we have 4 great internal team members within our office, and could not do the work without them. And I just want to reiterate, this initiative would not be where it is without this team, and I'm so proud of them. So, that said, Chairwoman Newton, I tried to keep it as brief as I could.
Well, thank you. Any other questions from the board? Okay, Mr. Henson.
Director Owens, first, thank you for your presentation. I've attended a couple of events where you guys have been throughout the state, and I will tell you, I definitely boosted the ground efforts, so I commend you for that. You mentioned earlier some of the disparities on the Delta side, particularly like Northeast, Southeast Arkansas. What type of plans or outreach efforts do you have in the future to kind of help close that skills gaps for workforce?
Yes, sir. Thank you for your question. So obviously that's an ongoing concern for us, and has been. Kelly here actually started at Southeast Arkansas Co-op in Monticello. We stole her away from there. Sometimes when you steal your best away from a location, it creates a vacuum. We've had difficulty, having consistency in that location since then, but we continue to put other specialists in there. Jim, for example, has been supporting Great Rivers Co-op quite a bit down in that area, along with the Southeast Arkansas. Zach Spinks in Northeast Arkansas. We continue to try to stress the importance of those teachers and getting the teachers not only certified, but the teachers skilled beyond base certification. On the grants for every one of our specialists, part of my requirement for the grant is that they visit and present in every co-op around the state every 24 months. So all 10 specialists have to go to every co-op. So even though John Hart's in Northwest Arkansas and that's his primary station, over a 24-month period, he has to be in every co-op presenting something at some point. And I do that because I want every one of my specialists reminded of the realities that are outside of their bubble, their geographical bubble. That helps us as a team address some of these issues, and I'm trying not to dance around your question, but I'm trying to also give you some context to it. We believe that by getting the teachers within the schools and within classrooms, that is the key point of closing those disparity gaps. That's also why Act 414 not only mandates the graduation requirement, but the following year mandates that every high school must employ a certified CS teacher, which is what we think is key.
Any other questions? Your team is doing great work. We are so proud, and you know, I think you can comfortably say we're leading the nation in computer science, and so I appreciate all of your hard work and your team, all that y'all are doing, and it's just great things for the future of our students, and so we really appreciate that.
Thank you, Madam Chairman. Thank you, Board.
Anthony, do you want this?
Yes,
or-
please.
Okay.
And we will.
Okay.
Later.
All right, that'll
Thank
work. All right. All right. We do have some changes to the agenda that I know about, and if you have any others, you can let me know. But on the consent agenda, under the bond issues, that one needs to be removed. So we will not be considering that. That is taken off of the agenda. But I do need a vote to add 2 rules. One is school choice, and the other is the Student Protection Act. So I will need a motion and a second for that, to add those to the agenda.
I'll make a motion to add those 2 rules to the agenda.
Okay. Motion by Dr. Moore,
I'll second.
seconded by Dr. Rankin. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. And if it's all right with the board, we'll add those at the end of our morning session, because I think we have 2 rules there already, and so we'll just add them as items 8 and 9 there. Any other changes to the agenda? Okay. Anything on the consent agenda that you would like to discuss or have removed? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I'll make the motion that we approve the consent agenda.
Okay. A motion by Ms. McFettridge,
I'll second.
seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we're going to move to our action agenda. The first item on the action agenda is a state board hearing for the request for a reinstatement of license by Mr. Parker. Ms. Saraceni and Ms. Freno.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Lori Freno, Department of Education. Christopher Parker is seeking the reinstatement of his teaching license. He is here today. He just walked into the room. He surrendered his license in 2011 after a code of ethics violation a complaint was filed against him. The board accepted the surrender in September of 2011, which resulted in the revocation of his license. Because of the revocation, the PLSB did not continue the investigation into the complaint. In accordance with Arkansas Code 6-17-402, which allows for the reinstatement of the license, Mr. Parker is seeking his reinstatement of his license. And if I may, could I read the hearing procedures for this?
Yes, please.
Thank you. Each party will have an opportunity to present an opening statement of no longer than 5 minutes, beginning with a representative for the division, who will be Assistant Commissioner Carly Saraceni. The chairperson of the board may, for good cause shown, allow either party additional time. After both parties present an opening, each party will have 10 minutes to present their case, beginning with the representative from the division. And again, the chair can allow more time for good cause shown. Every witness testifying must be placed under oath, who is not an attorney. And after both parties have presented their cases, the state board may allow each party to present limited rebuttal evidence. And then each party will be given 5 minutes for a closing statement if they wish. And of course, everybody doesn't have to use up all of this time and all of these steps, but that is the procedure for the hearing. And if there are no questions from the board at this point, I will turn this over to Ms. Saraceni, who will be speaking on behalf of the division in this matter.
Is she going to discuss possible actions at the appropriate time, or is that something you are going to do?
She can discuss, yes,
Okay.
she can discuss appropriate actions, yes.
Okay.
Or I could, but I'll leave it to her.
All right, thank you. All right, so everyone that is going to give testimony in this, oh, you already had it out for me. You're helping me. Would you stand and raise your right hand, please? Do you swear or affirm that the testimony you're about to give shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? All right, Ms. Saraceni?
Carly Saraceni with DESI. This morning, this is the first case before the board requesting reinstatement of a revoked teaching license. So this is going to set precedent because this is our first one. And again, Mr. Parker surrendered his teaching license in lieu of a full investigation with the PLSB, our Professional Licensure Standards Board. His surrender was accepted by the State Board in September of 2011. And I know that Ms. Amy Douglas, our managing attorney for PLSB, passed out. Reinstatement of a revoked license process requires a written request by the applicant, a background check, 3 reference letters from educational professionals regarding character and fitness to serve as an educator, meet certain certification requirements, and a hearing in front of the state board. And so that's why we're here today. You have to remember that because they did not do a full investigation, we may not have information so that we can't always answer. But Amy Douglas will provide any additional information at the appropriate time. And so the actions that would you like to hear that now?
Yes, please.
Okay. At the bottom, if you look on your handout, the actions, you can place or grant the license on probation status for a specified period of time, with the license being revoked or suspended. Require a licensee to complete appropriate professional development programs if you would like. Impose conditions or restrictions on the teaching or educational activities. Impose any other requirement or penalty as may be appropriate to achieve the state board's desire. Take no action against the license at all, or reinstate the license.
Okay. All right. Thank
And
you.
you can always ask for additional information if you wanted to table.
Okay. All right.
Is that pretty self-explanatory? Any questions?
Anyone have a question for Ms. Saraceni?
Yes,
Dr. Moore?
just to recall, when was the law passed that allowed the reinstatement?
The reinstatement law, I remember it was when Cheryl Reinhardt was here,
Okay.
so.
I believe it was in 2019.
Okay.
Yes.
And then,
In the rules, we implemented rules, but this is the first one that has come through. And there are certain conditions when an applicant cannot request the reinstatement, but in this case, this is an eligible request.
okay, that's my next question.
And
Okay,
it's
thank
10
you.
years.
10 years after the revocation.
So this happened in September of 2011, so the 10 years have the lapse of time of 10 years, and so we're in November of 2021.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Any other questions?
As a matter of course, will the department give a recommendation similar
or? is that-
No, there will be no recommendation from us because this is, again, we're setting precedent. This is them petitioning to you, and we've gone through our procedures here at the department. Ms. Douglas, is there anything else that you would like to say? And we have, making sure that we're following all the right protocols and procedures because this is our first, and we just want to be able to give you what we can give you and what we have available. But you have to remember, since there was no further investigation, we do not have that information.
Okay.
So,
Any other questions? Okay.
so I will turn it over to Mr. Parker.
All right, Mr. Parker.
I'd like to say thank you for taking time to hear me out today. This isn't a last second thing I thought of doing. I've thought of doing it probably since 2011, wishing I hadn't surrendered my license not soon after. And having been in contact with a professor of mine, Dr. Roebuck, finding out that there was opportunity to possibly seek for my license back. So that's why I'm here today. Just to know a little bit about me, I graduated from Henderson. My wife at the time and I, we went to school together, and she got a job teaching dance at what was at the time Oaklawn Visual and Performing Arts Magnet School. And I was working at Enterprise Rent-A-Car, and she said, he does theater too. Maybe we could get him in this as well. So we got into the Masters of Art and Teaching program at Henderson and started teaching at Oaklawn and taught there for 5 years. In that time, we helped create, I think, a program that has to do with implementing the arts into education, not just to premiere the arts, but because the arts are an interwoven part of learning. And we did, of course, big musicals every year. Cinderella, Rodgers and Hammerstein's Cinderella, Wizard of Oz, these types of things. I went on from there, worked at Texarkana for a few years. At Texarkana, it was at the middle school, and also was involved in theater there, and did musicals as well there too. Went and I worked in Malvern for a little while. I taught English for a while. God bless their souls. I feel sorry for those children. I was not the best English teacher, being that that's not my background, but had a good year doing that. Went on to work at Lake Hamilton, and this was also my school that I graduated high school from. So I knew the theater teacher that had retired there. He had said, this is who to put into my place. And started out, had a very successful first year. We did Grease, the musical, and we had a car on the stage. We had a green screen that we filmed the car chases that would appear on the side of the screens. I mean, we did it really big. So having a good year there and everything going good. And by the way, my wife had just had my youngest child at that time, so it was a little bit wild and chaotic. I went into the next year, and it just seemed like, and I will say that there was an incident with my principal that he had called me into the office, and he had said, you're going to be in trouble, your kids are going to be in trouble. They stole your key to your prop shop, and they've gone around the school terrorizing the school with these Tommy guns, which I never even used in a show. They were from a previous time. I said, I keep that key on myself. I don't know what's going on. He said, well, this could be, you're probably going to be fired over this. And I was scared to death. And so anyhow, nothing was being said about it, and I'm trying to figure out what's going on. I find out that key was belonged to the homecoming, had a key, and they were getting dressed for prom, or not prom, it was homecoming. They were the ones. Nothing was ever said about it. Nothing ever happened about it. And I allowed myself to get frustrated with my administration at that time. That is not an excuse, and I'm not here to make any excuses. The things that I did, as you probably hear, and you may have already read, there are times at which I was unethical and I made unsafe environments. From that time forward, I made decisions that I can't even look back now and understand. It's like me looking back at my kids' mistakes at this moment and thinking, what are you thinking? I look back at myself and I think, what were you thinking? I not only created unsafe environments for myself to be have things said against me, but I created unsafe environments for students that could have went worse than they did. And I take full responsibility for those, and I don't give any excuse. I will, however, give an explanation. When I took on West Side Story, I took on too big of a show. And I spent all of my class time working on this show, building sets, working with kids, not maintaining my classroom. And I know it was during that time that things happened in my classroom that were a lot of what's involved in the things that happened. Because I have a friend, his name's Felton, I worked with him at DirecTV. He's probably the funniest person I ever know. But he's serious when he told us this. He said, don't take on too much at once, because the way he said it is the gravy spills out all over the plate. And that's the best way that I can put a metaphor to this, is I took on way too big of a show and I allowed that show to become my focus instead of my job. I could have done a small show and done an excellent job in the classroom. I chose to do an excellent show and do a horrible job in the classroom, and I am responsible for that. I do want to say and I know we will go on, but I want to say that after this time, I have spent my life trying to make decisions that my kids could be proud of. I want them to look at their dad and say, he did a good job. He made mistakes, but he tried to recover. And I come here today, Joseph Campbell, I don't know if you're familiar with his book, The Hero with Many Faces. Joseph Campbell said that the best thing you can do if you want to be the hero of your own story is you have to face the dragon in the cave. Sometimes the dragon in the cave is yourself. I am facing actions for myself. I'm standing before you, whatever you decide. I know I stood here and I didn't run away and I said, I'm sorry, I did the wrong thing at that time. I will say that in the time that I worked with DirecTV, and the time I drove a truck for 2 years, semi-truck, but in the time after that I worked with DirecTV, I tried to become a good trainer there and take care of my employees and learn from these mistakes and create a safe environment for myself and for my employees. And I moved to South Dakota because my brother lives there, and I went before their board and they allowed me to teach there. I taught for a year, or I was involved in activities director for a year on the reservation for the Lakota people at Red Cloud School. I went on from there and I taught at Hot Springs School District in South Dakota as their STEM, as their theater teacher, and I directed a show. But I made sure that that show wasn't too big, and I made sure that I had help. I had a director backstage at all time, my assistant director, who I believe has sent a letter to you all. He made sure that everything that was going on backstage was looked at. I made sure that everything going on front stage was looked at. There wasn't a moment in time those students were not accounted for. I believe that I have learned my lesson from these mistakes. However, if you feel like that I have not, I accept your opinion and I will go on with my life with that. But I know that I've stood here before you today, and I cannot feel bad about that, that I did what I had to do to come before you, because I didn't do that before, and I want to give you this chance now to answer to that. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions now for Mr. Parker, or do we want to hold those for? Okay. Is there someone from the division now that has more? Ms. Douglas.
Morning.
Good morning.
I actually, if you're going to have questions for Mr. Parker, I can reserve all my comments for closing.
Okay. All right.
If you guys want to ask, deep dive a little bit more into his perceptions.
Okay. All right. If you want to reserve your time. Mr. Parker, do you have anything else that you would like to add?
I will say that there are things that are in the things that I will say that did not happen. But there are things that were in there that I can say I was responsible for and I allowed that.
Okay. All right. Maybe we'll see if the board has some questions. Dr. Rankin? Ms. McBettridge?
I think my question or concern is your work experience and the fact that you really haven't stayed in a job more than a couple of years. So I was hoping you could talk to us about that.
Okay. Well, driving a truck I was away a lot and it was very lonely. So very simply, just with my options of only being in education and having that as my background, and being where I was down in Magnolia area. My wife's uncle worked for DirecTV. And so we were at Christmas dinner. I said, are they hiring? He said, yes. And I began working for DirecTV. I worked for DirecTV until AT&T bought DirecTV and totally took the market. There was no money to be made. You couldn't make money as a manager. You couldn't make money as I could go back and be a technician. There just wasn't, I couldn't make a sustainable living. So that's why at that time I went and worked over at Heinz Trucking because it was near my kids. And worked there for a year, and then my brother is legally blind and his wife has Parkinson's, and I went up for a month and drove for them, trying to figure out what I was going to do, and that's how I kind of got into South Dakota and did that. The reason that I left South Dakota is I had my kids. I had a wonderful job in South Dakota, but I was not neglecting my kids. I was flying back every month to see them. I was making a way to be here no matter what. But when my daughter visited, she has some medical issues. When she visited this summer, and beyond that, she's 12 years old, I felt like I was choosing myself over her. And I said, no matter what job I have to do, I'm going back home to be near her. That's what brought me back here, and that's why I'm doing what I'm doing now. If that helps answer your questions.
Ms. Steen?
Pick back off of your question along that line. And while you were in South Dakota, you went from one school to another. Can you explain what that transition was about?
So working at the Lakota Reservation, you're kind of way out in the middle of nowhere, and literally. And I don't know if you know, but the Lakota Pine Ridge, this is where they call it a massacre, but it was actually, it's Wounded Knee is there, so it has a lot of history to it. But saying that, it's the poorest district in the whole world, and it's also the highest place for meth and things like this. It was not a great place to call home. It was a mission type situation. My wife and I got COVID, and we were no longer allowed to stay. We were the first ones that got COVID. And they, at the end of the school year, they said that we couldn't come back because we got COVID. So that's what led to me going over to Hot Springs School District, which is about an hour away.
Anything else? Okay. Dr. Moore?
Yes, at the point in time in 2011 when these accusations came, what was the process that led you to surrender your license as opposed to going through the hearings? And
so I had an AEA lawyer, and we talked over different options and different things to do. Honestly, I think that it was cowardice. It was my father's a minister. My uncle was on the school board. I was thinking about, what my kids would think if this were to hit social media and their dad, all these things are being said about their dad. And honestly, like I said, I think it was cowardice and it was the wrong move to make. In talking to, I won't blame my AEA rep, but he basically gave an option. Just surrender your license if you don't want to face it, and I took that option.
okay, thank you.
Mr. Sutton?
No questions.
Mr. Henderson?
No questions.
All right. Anything else from the board? All right. Anything from the department?
So I'm going to direct you really quick to your information packet that you got prior to DESI number 9. It starts on page 20. And so that's going to outline for you the final report of investigation, and that is the extent that the PLSB did their investigation. There are several things alleged. It was alleged they violated standards 1 and 3 of the Code of Ethics, one being inappropriate or professional relationship both in and outside the classroom with the student, and 3 is reporting obligations. It's alleged that he allowed some students to perform inappropriate skits, and that indoctrinating them into a quasi-religious kind of secret society group, and that he did not supervise students at an overnight sponsored trip, that he instructed some students to disconnect an intercom, that some students were sent to the prop shop and stage on campus unsupervised where they used power tools, that he allowed at least 4 students to dip snuff. So there are several allegations laid out. Now, further information through that, it says that he resigned from the district after these allegations were turned into the PLSB, and that videotapes of the skits that the inappropriate skits were provided to the PLSB. And then it was after that on advice of counsel, or I guess with advice of counsel, he consented to a surrender, and then 2 months later, the state board at that time accepted that surrender. I bring all of that to your attention just to kind of give you a little bit of the background knowledge. I know that Mr. Parker can answer any specific questions if you have any about those allegations. I don't have any bright line rules on what it was founded and what was not. I will say, though, that in 2011, and even actually up till now, when a person consents to a surrender of their license, we specifically state in the order that it is considered a permanent revocation. It specifically states in their surrender that there is no option for surrendering your license simply, but that the State Board of Education will consider that as a permanent revocation. Now, we know that the law allows for educators to come back before you after 10 years or after 5 years, depending on the circumstances, and request reinstatement. But at the time that they are surrendering that license, it is their understanding and in the intent of both parties that that be a permanent revocation. I will say that you can tell in the packet that Mr. Parker did get his South Dakota license since this time. He did provide everything that is required to request reinstatement. He is here before you to answer your questions. This is our first application for reinstatement. It is the standard that we will base the rest of them going forward. So I just ask you to be mindful of why we're here and how we intend to proceed in the future as when educators do surrender their license. Are we going to consider that a permanent revocation, or is it simply a 10-year suspension? So, unless you have questions.
Okay. Anyone over here have questions? Mr. Sutton?
Yeah. Amy, I'm still a little confused. Why do we not have a recommendation from the department?
Because it's solely up to the state board, and there's nothing in our rules or our law that allow for negotiation. It simply puts it in your purview.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions over here? Any questions from Ms. Duckett?
And again, for clarification, this is because of the law that was passed in 2019.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, thank you, Ms. Douglas.
And if you need a reminder on what your action steps may be, it is in that handout that I gave you. But so your list of options for today are to take no action, and his license would continue to be revoked. You can grant his reinstatement outright. You can grant his reinstatement to put his license on a probationary status, require additional PD or any kind of trainings or anything that you see fit, so that any check-ins that he would need to do, so that if he were to fail to meet those requirements, then that license would be suspended or revoked.
Okay.
And Madam Chair, if I may,
Sure.
and this may help answer Mr. Sutton's questions. One of the issues for us is that in the case here, because this was a license that was surrendered, the PLSB investigation did not go past that point of the allegations. So all we have are those allegations that were made, and so there wasn't the full investigation. So we, like you, don't have the rest of the information or context or a way to go back and discuss, maybe the, what actually happened here. And I know Mr. Parker has stated, there were things that he did that weren't that created an unsafe environment and unsupervised students. So really, the issue becomes you all figuring out if you're having enough information based on the hearing and the information the educator provides at this point as to whether you would be comfortable in reinstating, or whether you need more information, or if you would like to hold off on making a decision or putting conditions around that.
Ms.
Yeah,
Woods?
quick follow-up question. In education, is there, and again, I know the answer is probably no, is there any sort of requirement that they get caught up on their continuing ed hours? Because I believe in Arkansas, for a legal degree, if you want it to be reactivated, you have to get caught up on your CLEs. So I'm just kind of...
Yes, we do have requirements in terms of, and Ms. Saraceni could better answer what that looks like when there's been a lapse in the time that you've had your license. So,
Carly Saraceni with the division. When you have let your license lapse, because that happens quite a bit, they have 36 hours that they have to do for professional development, and part of that is going back and, we have those 5 that they have to do, which is the child maltreatment, code of ethics, those type that we say, here are the 5 you have to do. It's not the whole 36, and then you have others that you can choose from.
Is there a time period in which they have to get those done?
Usually when we are doing that, we give them a 1-year provisional license, that they have that length of time to catch up with their professional development. And we do that also when people are coming in with reciprocity, and they have to do our particular PDs that we say before they can get a license. So usually we give them a provisional license, but if they finish it before that year, then it goes straight to a standard license.
And that's all available through Arkansas Ideas?
Yes, ma'am, it is.
That was helpful.
Any questions over here? Dr. Rankin?
I have one more, and I realize this is not one of the 5 actions, but had he not surrendered his license, it would have gone through a process. Is there any way that we could just go back in time and allow the process to go through the process as though he had not independently surrendered his license, and then that way it goes through that process? Is that possible?
I think we would have a very, very difficult time creating an investigative file from something that happened a decade ago with students that were in school a decade ago. The preservation of the evidence, the ability to go back and see who remembers what or how, just witness error and bias at this point. It would be virtually impossible for us to even give him the due process that it would require.
Any other questions? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. Parker, I have a question for you. I believe you said earlier that there were some items, there was some information that we have gotten that were not correct. Is that right?
No, I just said there were allegations that were made that weren't true.
And which allegations would those be? Can we hear those? Yes?
Is it okay to share
Yes.
that? Okay, so it was said that there was a hide and seek thing going on, and I had touched some females during that. So that's what I'm saying, that did not happen. So that would be one of the, I don't have in front of me all of the different ones.
Mrs. Douglas is going to help you. She's going to bring them to you.
Okay, thank you. So can I just go through them
Sure.
item by item?
Sure.
Okay. Allowed drama students to perform video and record inappropriate skits.
I'm sorry, can you slow down just a little bit?
Absolutely. So the first one on the bullet here says that I allowed drama class students to perform video recorded inappropriate skits. this goes back to, I had too many things going on. I came in and recorded their skits. All right, what have you know, I said, put some stuff together from a movie that you think is funny. Well, that was the problem. There was not enough criteria, not enough thought to go into the lesson plan. I wasn't focusing in my classroom. Got in there, they did crazy stuff on their skits. So you don't see me on video saying, stop, why are you doing this? My mind was on that play, and I was just like, I told them, this was junk, we're gonna go back and do better. And my whole thing is I was trying to get them to do stuff that they like, so if they show me what they like, then I could show them, get them closer to Shakespeare, right? We're over here and their stuff, and I'm trying to bring them over here to good stuff. That worked before, did not work this time because my mind was not in the classroom. The second one is, it talks about how that I performed a police officer in this skit where a girl gets down in front of me and gestures to blow, and then I laugh. I did not know what skit she was going to do. No one would do anything with her. This was a student, I believe at the time it was called Asperger's. I don't know if that's technically correct at the time. I don't even know if she knew what she was doing. She watched something, she's repeating it. When it happened in the classroom in front of my students, I was like, what just happened? And they took that and said it looked like I was laughing about it. I think I was just like, what just happened? And you know how sometimes you laugh because you're nervous? I wasn't laughing because I thought that was appropriate. I was like, what just happened? And of course, again, it goes back to me not prepping, looking into what she was going to be doing as a skit. My mind was on West Side Story. Parker recruited student members and attempted to indoctrinate them in a quasi-religious alternative philosophy of life. So there's this guy, his name is Garrett John Laporto. He first wrote a book called The Da Vinci Method. It talks about how artistic types, if you're an artistic type, how to maximize your brain. So artistic types are impulsive, they're creative, they're energetic, but they also can be depressed. I was trying to use this to say, hey, this is the good. It was like, let's do something good with who we are. This is if they're gonna say we're us down here in this place, well then let's be the best us artsy people that we can be. This is the thing that I'm most ashamed of. This is the thing that scares me the most of what it could have done. It was in a creative attempt of gone completely wrong and unethical. And I take full responsibility for allowing it to be called a religious organization or whatever that. It was stupid, and I can't say anything more of that. It was wrong. I believe in some of what the guy wrote. It's some truth to it. But this is not how you go about doing stuff in a public education, period. And I know better. Parker did not properly supervise multiple students during overnight school sponsorship. So there was a thespians trip. We took the trip. During the trip, I remember one night someone saying that, you know, so-and-so has alcohol. Well, I'm constantly dealing with kids that are telling on kids, and I don't know if it's true or not. So I talked to the kid, I smelled his breath, I looked through his luggage, but I didn't go back and report it to my administration that it happened. And that's where I messed up there. There was rumors that one of the girls had slept overnight in the guys' room. My wife was with me on this trip. I did everything I could to supervise these kids, keep them in their separate rooms. If that happens, I didn't know about it. I didn't know it happened until this come up on that one. And again, had I known and not reported, if someone even had rumored that and not reported it, that would be a violation of ethics, not reporting. But at that one, I didn't know. That came up under this. Parker instructed 2 students to disconnect intercom. So Let me try to explain this room to you. I had a theater on my classroom stage right here. I had my class behind me and a wall behind that goes back into the shop. There was an intercom, and this is wrong as well. There's an intercom in this room, there's an intercom in that room. This one in this room was messed up, and I sent an order in and said, this thing is so loud that it like jars us when they talk. Nothing happened, nothing happened, nothing happened. Well, I got a bunch of creative kids that are like, well, we'll take care of this. We just open the door and we'll just disconnect that one. We'll still hear the announcements, but we don't have that problem. Again, don't listen to the kids. Stupid. Shouldn't have done that. I shouldn't have disconnected it. I should have waited for them to fix it on their own. I allowed the environment for the students to feel like they could get away with something, and I take full responsibility for that. Parker sent students to the prop shop and stage on campus, unsupervised, where they use power tools. They never use saws without my permission. There's like a lock thing you can do on that. So that part's not true. Drills, hammers, etc. I would have a group working in here. I would have a group working on I had a stage also. So I had prop shop behind me, my class right here, and a huge stage over here. And I would rotate myself around. Again, because I wanted a great show, when my focus should have been for a great class. Had I done it correctly, I would wait until I had enough staff to do that big a show, and I would have made it small where we could do it in the classroom, where we could build it together all together in a group. I was trying to multitask, and it was a huge failure, and it was wrong. But they didn't use saws, not to my knowledge, and I kept that stuff with me, so not to my knowledge. Parker allowed at least 4 students to dip snuff during his class on campus. So here's what I did wrong on this one. My janitor came to me and said that he found snuff in the trash can. I know these kids dip snuff just because I know them. Now, did I sit there and allow them to put it in their mouth and do all that? No. I saw it in the trash can. I didn't report it. And again, which would be a violation of reporting. So there you have that. No, but I didn't like give them snuff. I didn't share it with them. I didn't say, hey, that's a good idea. Let's go do snuff. Whatever the stuff is. It's nasty. But I didn't report it. I did see it. Parker was alleged to have played hide and seek, and that's the one that I was just saying that. That's not true. I mean, I could tell you stories I heard, what I think happened, why the allegations came, but I don't know if that's even, if you want to even hear any of that. I can just say it didn't happen, period. So if that's where you want me to leave that, I'll leave it there. Any questions on that one?
Anyone have a question? Is that all of the allegations?
Yeah, on that
Okay.
particular one.
All right. Mr. Sutton, you have a question?
Well, I think while you're here, I would just like to hear from you. What does teaching mean to you? Well, you've done several things. You're back. This is a very uncomfortable position to be in. I get that.
Right.
I hear what you're saying. Can you tell us what it means to you? Why are you back?
So, I mean, I got into this because I love everything about education. I love, and I believe in, actually last night I had the pleasure of going to the Arts and Education at the Country Club in Hot Springs. What they're doing there is what my heart is. I believe that the arts and education give kids an opportunity to learn things that may seem boring, and they make it interesting. They connect the dots. So things like music and theater and art and all these kind of things, they bring about access to parts of our brain that we may wall off. I've been passionate about it since I started. I'm passionate to this day about that. Education to me is getting students to be excited about learning and increasing their learning. It's about them. All this today is about me and my mistakes. I understand that it's about them. It's about the next generation. It's about giving them a safe environment and a good life and a chance at life, but also great memories of school. I had a lot of bad memories of school, but to have good memories of school is a foundation. And so, to me, that's what education is.
Any other questions? Christine?
I have more of a comment than a
Okay.
question. Thank you for your question, because that's the road that I was going down. That I had some concerns that were giving me pause. So I appreciate your candor. I appreciate your transparency. I appreciate you admitting and saying that it was probably cowardice on your part not to go through that process, but I appreciate your boldness today and being so transparent with us on these issues. I can see your passion for what you do, and I can see your heart for students, so I appreciate that. You had several recommendation letters that spoke very highly of you. The problem that gives me pause is the fact that we're only going to hear your side of the story. And as much as I appreciate you being so open and honest with us, it still gives me pause that we're not able to hear the other sides of the story. And I think it's always important for us to hear multiple sides of things that happen. But it's apparent to me that you have grown substantially in the last 10 years, not just as an educator, but just yourself as a person in whole. And I am an advocate of redemption and second chances and opportunities to not necessarily fix mistakes, but to grow and to make forward movements. So, and this is not directed to you necessarily, but I'm just speaking out loud here. It gives me pause just to carte blanche say, yes, we'll reinstate you completely. Go be great. But at the same time, I would not want to afford you that opportunity. One, to be close to your children. I applaud you for that, as trying to be the best dad that you can possibly be. And kids need their dads close to them. So I appreciate you doing that. I'm glad to see that you started in the process of getting yourself back into the role of an educator. You had great experience with, I think it was direct TV and the responsibilities you had, and then also with working with the Lakota students and working in South Dakota. So I'm glad to see that you've got some experience in getting your feet wet again and getting back into that. So that gives me more comfort. But I don't know if this is the appropriate time for all of this, but I guess I just kind of want to let you know what my thoughts are, and let the board know what my thoughts are, that I think we need more teachers that are passionate about students and about your work. But we will be setting a precedent with it. Yes. Whatever we vote on, we'll be setting a precedent.
Yes.
So we need to be very thoughtful about how we go about doing this process. And then it's no reflection on you, it's about the process. Mm-hmm. And being that there was no investigation, had there been an investigation, I think it would make this process go a little bit smoother and easier. But I think we need to be very thoughtful and move forward cautiously, knowing that we are setting a precedent on how people can come before the board and get reinstated. So my thoughts were geared towards some sort of probationary period, get my thoughts together. Granting on a probationary status for some sort of time period. And I'm open to discussion. I know we're not probably to that point. But I guess when we get to the point, I will be ready for a motion.
All right. Can I ask Ms. Saraceni a question before we move into that phase? Thank you, Mr. Parker.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Saraceni, would you remind us of what areas of certification Mr. Parker was formerly certified in?
I'll have to go all the way back to my information. Carly Saraceni with DESI. He had a standard license in English Language Arts 712. He had drama speech, PK through 12. He had building level administrator initial license back when we had initial license that turned into standards, to a standard license, and he had that PK through 12.
Okay. Talk to me about the administrator license for a minute, because it was initial and that's no longer in effect.
Remember when we used to have the tiered licensure where it was initial and they went through the assessment to the standard?
Mm-hmm.
So he just never converted his initial, because he would have converted it. He received his administrator license initial in 2009, and he would have rolled over into a standard license in 2012, but this occurred in 2011. So
what's the process now?
For an initial license, they would have to go through the 36 hours of professional development, and then in administrator, they have specific professional development lined out.
So I think the question is, if the license is reinstated, would he have a building level administrator license, or would he have to complete a program of study or something to get that, since it was an initial license back at that time?
Thank you. I couldn't hear
Oh,
that.
okay, that's what you're asking. Well, we haven't had this occur, so I would have to go back and study what's in law and then what's in our rules, because most have converted.
Yeah, but it would appear that if the license were reinstated, the standard, what he held a standard license in, what would be reinstated.
Yes, and the initial license we would have to look into.
So then the administrative part would be held for further study and
Yes.
further, maybe more classwork. Okay.
Yes, and it may be that he would have to go through another program of study, because everything that was our praxis exam that we had for that, everything has changed since 2009 when he received his initial license.
Okay. Thank you for clearing that up.
Okay.
All right.
Can I
Any?
ask her a question?
Sure.
She's here. Can you talk to us a little bit about what is included in the 36 hours of PD?
In the 36 hours of PD, we have specific 5 PDs that that are mandatory, that are not optional, and one of those would be the child maltreatment is one, code of ethics is another, the bullying that also is included with the teen suicide is part of that, dyslexia training is part, and then I cannot think of the 5th one.
And I think I'm trying to find it in rules, but I think it may be family and community engagement.
Yeah, it is family and community engagement, yes. So those 5 are not optional. The rest of the 36 hours are optional. So you must complete those 5, and then the other are optional. And we have a list, And sometimes, like if you were a history teacher, you would have to specifically do Arkansas history professional development. So it goes back to, there are some things that are tied to a particular license. And since he will not be teaching history, or would not be teaching history, he would not have to have that particular one.
Are those listed on the website?
Yes, ma'am, they are.
Okay.
And we actually provide, when someone comes in, we have an automatic letter that states it, and then we have the link to ideas at AETN that they can, those are provided there at no cost.
Any other questions from board members? Okay, Ms. Post.
A question for Mr. Carter. I'm wondering, what was the process that occurred in South Dakota? And then was that a standard license or was it provisional? That's my first question.
Okay.
Secondly, and I'm a high school mathematics teacher, so I know in a lot of schools now, teachers are working in professional learning communities and you're kind of co-creating what's going to happen in your classroom. And I'm wondering if it's fairly typical for a theater teacher to kind of be working in isolation. And then just a follow-up thought, if you choose to go with action 3 where you're imposing conditions or restrictions, I'm just wondering about a provisional license and the possibility of like a mentor teacher, if I'm correct in kind of assuming that theater teachers work kind of in isolation, and I don't know if I'm correct in that, but that maybe a mentor teacher could have helped filter some of this that happened in your past.
Lake Hamilton was the only school I ever taught at that was in isolation. I taught with a group of, in Oaklawn, I had a group of 5 different teachers that I worked with. We planned everything weekly. We helped each other on everything. Same in Texarkana, it was a magnet school. And then working over in South Dakota, like I said, I had an assistant director, and I also had a music teacher who was there as well once we started doing the music part. So I believe, yes, it's helpful to have that. I don't want to be without that. I wouldn't work for a school district, again, that only has one person and you're in that theater by yourself with students. We're in that, you know, I'm not saying it was all on them. I know in my classroom I put it on myself. But at night, I didn't have that. And again, I could have tried to recruit somebody. There's things I could have done, not making excuses. But that isolation is a piece I will answer and say. But I think that it needs to be, you surround yourself with people and you keep yourself safe. Keep your students safe as well.
And I know I threw it a lot at you, but the first question was about what transpired in South Dakota, and was that a provisional or a standard?
So in South Dakota, I turned it in and I said, I had my license revoked in Arkansas. And they called me up to the Capitol building, not quite like this. I wasn't on camera or anything. And I wasn't in front as big as a board, but there was a panel. And we sit down, and same thing, I just talked through things with them. And then I didn't even know what was going to happen. They didn't give me any answer, and I received my license in the mail. And I called them, I'm like, I guess everything went well. And they said, yeah, that we had decided to give you a provisional. So after that year elapsed, I applied for and got the 5-year. And was also and I also took the class to do STEM, and I did the praxis, and I added STEM. At this point, STEM is added to my South Dakota license as well.
Ms. Saraceni.
Carly Saraceni with DESI. So I just want to clarify, since I went back and checked everything. Under our current rules, with him having an administrator license, initial license, he would have to have a current test. So that would mean he would have to test, and then the professional development needed specifically for administrator license, which is a few things different than a teaching license. And I just want to make sure that we clarify that we would be reinstating his license from here, and he would not be coming in from reciprocity. So STEM would not be put on his license automatically, and neither would the administrator license be automatically put on his license, because once you already hold a license in Arkansas or have in the past, if you reinstate his Arkansas license, then reciprocity is not the option.
Would
He
that,
would just,
would that need to be clarified as part of the motion? If the board were considering a reinstatement, they would need to be clear as far as, because I guess otherwise the potential could be there.
yes.
So, okay.
Now, he could go in, if it was reinstated, then he could follow our procedures for adding STEM in Arkansas.
One other question while you're there, because you're the most familiar with the mentoring process. I know we have a process that when teachers come out of, let's say, college and they're in brand new teachers, there's a process of 3 years mentoring. Could he slide into that program as far as having almost a new teacher look to his license as far as mentoring and oversight?
That hasn't been done. That would have to be looked at legally, because currently it is for novice teachers, which is 3 years or less of teaching experience.
Okay.
Question. But is that something that could be stated as part of the motion, that he could have
We
3
would-
years of mentoring?
Yes.
Okay.
Legally saying yes, so I'm assuming that it can be done. And that is out of my office, my division, so that could possibly.
And something I was wondering about with that too, because that would be on the test evaluation, that would be the full-blown every domain, every component, right?
Yes.
Okay, and with that 3 years, because he currently doesn't have a job in Arkansas, and we're talking middle of the year, not guaranteed that we'll get one in the spring. Would that 3 years of mentoring start when his initial job started?
Yes, when he holds a position with a school district.
Okay. Any other questions from the board? Any other discussion? Okay, Ms. Dean, you said you were wanting to make a motion, so I'm going to be all ears.
Okay. I'm going to go for a try. I move to reinstate a provisional teaching license with no reciprocity for Mr. Parker with 3 years of mentoring beginning when he holds a position with the district, and at least 5 hours of the specific mandatory courses that were listed: maltreatment, code of ethics, bullying, teen suicide, dyslexia, family and community engagement. I think that was it. Did I get everything? I was writing notes. Yeah, I think that's all I got.
Okay, before we go any further, I'm going to look to Ms. Freno. Are we approving that we've got everything covered?
Did I cover everything that we just discussed?
Maybe the question on the professional development, would you be making the motion that the 36 hours of PD should be required before the license is granted?
Yes.
And that would cover those 5
That
different
covers the
areas?
yes.
And would that be appropriate? Okay.
Yes. To add the additional 36 hours of PD, be mandatory before the license.
Lori, we don't think it can be reinstated as a provisional license because it was a standard license initially, so it would be reinstated as a standard license in lieu of a provisional.
Okay, reinstated as a standard license
Could
with
we say probation?
probationary status.
You can, that's one of the things you can do, is probation for any amount of, a specific amount of time. 3 years?
3 years. 3 years of mentoring on probationary status
So-
with 36 hours of PD required before reinstatement of licensing, with no reciprocity. I'm sorry?
36 hours PD proof required before reinstatement.
Yes, that.
Okay. Ms. Freno, Ms. Douglas, did we get everything covered?
Okay, so that would be my understanding of the motion. And listen real hard, okay? Listen, I want to get you right.
Okay.
Reinstatement of the standard license upon the completion of 36 hours of professional development. And then there will be 3 years of probation once he gets a teaching job.
Yes.
And there also will be 3 years of mentoring once he gets a teaching job. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. You've heard the motion. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Second by Mr. Sutton. I think we probably better do a roll call.
Mr. Henderson?
Yes.
Ms. McFetridge?
Yes.
Ms. Newton? Oh, sorry. Dr. Moore?
Yes.
Ms. Woods?
Yes.
Dr. Rankin?
Yes.
Okay, and we had the motion by Ms. Dean and second by Mr. Sutton, so the motion carries.
Okay. Mr. Parker? You have 3 years to prove yourself with students, okay? And I want you to know the board took this very seriously, okay? And I know I could tell by your actions that you did. So please, we don't want to see you again, okay?
Understand.
Take this seriously. You know, you've got parents, you have their babies, okay? No matter how old they are, if they're 18 years old, they're still some mama's baby. You need to take that seriously and you know, give them the best opportunities you can, but sometimes it means stepping up as a teacher and being the teacher. And so take it seriously and learn from these mistakes. You know, I think as a board we've proven over the years that you know, some people sometimes deserve second chances. Don't prove us wrong.
Thank you.
If I may say something.
Sure.
I second everything that you said. You've been granted a great opportunity to be a shining example for other teachers that find themselves in similar situations, that may have made mistakes in the past and have grown and have the opportunity to come back and be an asset to students and to their community. Please take the opportunity to be a shining example of what this process can be, not just for you, but for students and for the community. You are at first. Please make yourself a shining example. Appreciate you and your time today. Thank you.
Can I just say thank you? And that I know the severity of this, and I do not take it lightly. And if I do get a chance to get a job back in education, I want you to know that this moment is the forefront of my mind, that I want to make you guys proud. And I thank you so much for giving me the opportunity to do what I should have done in the first place and to come before you guys and have a chance at this. And I promise you, my heart is to make it the best chance that it could possibly be. I'm 47. I do want to retire one day. Teachers have good retirement. So in my mind, if I could get back in, that's what I want to do and do it right. So I know it's on me now to walk that road. And I thank you for an opportunity and a second chance to do so. Thank you.
Good luck.
Oh, I would, okay, I printed mine yesterday, so I didn't. Let's see. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Well,
Lori Freno, Department of Education. You have before you the Act 1240 waiver request of the McGehee School District for a class size and teaching load waiver for the purpose of a student internship program, and this would be for a period of 5 years. We have with us Superintendent Linda Tullis and Assistant Superintendent Amanda Biddle if you have any questions. And there was some confusion, I believe, as to whether they're seeking any waiver of teacher licensure. That they are not. This is strictly class size and teaching load for the purpose of the internship program.
okay. All right. Let's see, did you have something that you wanted to present, or are ready for questions from the board?
Yes. We thank you for the opportunity to come before the board to ask for these waivers for class size and teacher load, plus the ability to use a second semester intern. What I would like for you to know is that in the last 5 years, we've had 28 openings for teachers, and when we have, I guess, the college that we have in our area, when they are only putting out 7 teachers a year, it's very hard to get teachers. And we were under the impression that the MOU with that college was still in effect when we decided to take on the second semester intern. In our Southeast Co-op region, there have been 429 openings during the last 5 years, and we have had 28 of those openings. We right now have an Act 1240 waiver for licensure and for library media specialist, but this would not come under this. We're in our last year of Act 1240 for licensure teacher. We have a very hard time, I guess, as you know, filling positions in our area of the state, the Southeast region. There are lack of housing, economic reasons, and when we can get someone in the second semester of a teaching internship, we feel we've gotten better qualified people. 3 years ago, we hired one that was a second semester intern, and she has done wonderfully. She came in knowing the pedagogy, she came in knowing the content much better than other routes of alternative hiring licensure. So we just want you to know that we would appreciate it if you would allow us to have this waiver.
Okay. Let's see if we have any questions from the board. Mr. Sutton?
No, ma'am.
Mr. Henderson?
No.
Ms. Woods? Ms. Post? Over here? Dr. Moore?
Yes, I do. Just to clarify, so you all are seeking class size, teacher load. Will this intern have a partner teacher?
Yes,
What
we
is,
will
okay.
have a lead teacher.
What does that relationship look like?
It is very collaborative. It's very supportive. The intern collaborates with the teacher weekly, daily if needed. The collaborating teacher provides model lessons for her when she needs them. She also does co-teaching, and they meet during their planning time almost daily. We also have some other supports that are put in. We have included her in all professional development that we have done this school year. She is currently going through the Phonics First training. We have included her in Talents Unlimited. We purchased a new curriculum this year for literacy of Super Kids. She has gone through the training for the Super Kids. She's also had training in classroom management, ethics, bullying, SPED, 504, and data disaggregation.
Okay. And so just to be clear, so this intern is teaching as a substitute right now in a classroom?
She is a paraprofessional.
A paraprofessional. Will she stay on in the same classroom for the spring semester?
Yes.
Okay.
This intern has passed her elementary Praxis 2 exams, all content areas. She has passed the Foundations of Reading exam, and she has passed the PLT. This young lady will graduate in December, and we plan to have her on our board agenda for December to hire her as a regular classroom teacher in January, pending her degree being conferred, because she has met all licensure requirements.
Okay, thank you very much.
Ms. Dean? Ms. McFetters?
I just have a comment. Just reading through your application, I love all the support that you're giving her. The instructional facilitator, the intervention specialist. I mean, it sounds like you're just doing everything perfectly for this young teacher. So thank you for that.
Yes, and all of them that we've hired, we do a weekly check-in with them to see how they're doing and if they need anything.
Offering her PLC work as well? Do you do PLCs?
Yes, she meets weekly. She is in the first grade, and she meets weekly with the first grade PLCs, and the instructional facilitators, local instructional facilitators are there in those meetings as well, and they provide additional support to her through observations and feedback and model lessons. They make sure she has all the curriculum and the resources that she needs. And the co-op specialists come in as well. Since she has passed the Foundations of Reading test, they come in and do the RISE look-fors with her, as well as her, the instructional facilitators and the building principal as well does the RISE look-fors with her.
That's wonderful. That's just such a win-win for both of you. Thank you.
Dr. Rankin?
Echo Ms. McFettridge, because as I studied this last night and was really reviewing all the support structures that you all have in place, to me it's just a golden situation where this is why we have these waivers, because you have an exceptional candidate in Maddie, and then you also have an exceptional support system that you have very thoughtfully constructed. And so I do want to applaud you for that effort, and I'm looking forward to voting to grant this waiver.
I did have one question. I noticed your waiver is for 5 years, and so I'm assuming planning on utilizing this waiver again for future interns?
Yes, ma'am, we are.
Okay. Would this class size and teaching load only apply in that specific situation?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so it would not be in any other situations other than student interns?
That's right.
Okay.
As a follow-up question, would you compensate those interns
Yes.
according to teaching? Okay.
Yes. I think that's a good thing that we compensate them because they have already incurred debt to get the license, and this gives them an opportunity to be self-sufficient. And it's also a good reason for them to stay with us instead of moving on.
And Madam Chair, I think from everything I've read and listened to, this is really the model that we're moving towards with that level 3 resident, which is in effect the role that this person is playing. So,
okay. Anything else? Okay. I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll make that motion to approve this waiver request.
Okay. I have a motion by Dr. Rankin, seconded by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor? Any opposed? Congratulations.
Thank you so much for this opportunity.
All right, we have several rules that we are going to consider to be released for public comment. Ms. Freno, the first one is 1240 waivers.
Yes. We'll just stay on the 1240 roll here.
Okay, yeah.
Yes, these are rules governing the Act 1240 waivers. The division requests that the state board release these for public comment pending governor's office approval. These rules almost in whole incorporate Act 678, 688 of 2021.
Any discussion? Okay, I think we're ready for a motion.
I'll move to release the rules for public comment pending governor's office approval. Is that correct? Okay.
Motion by Dr. Moore. Seconded by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, next we have rules governing student special needs funding. Ms. Salas Ford, good morning.
Good morning, Board. Courtney Salas Ford for the department. And these are the rules governing student special needs funding with amendments specifically to the sections dealing with enhanced student achievement funding and ALE funding. And so I'll be happy to answer any questions, and we're asking for approval pending Governor's Office review.
Okay. Any questions on this rule? Okay, do we have a motion?
I'll move to release the rules for public comment pending Governor's Office approval.
Okay, motion by Dr. Moore. Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, we had two rules added to the agenda this morning. School choice.
Thank you, Lori Freno from the department. These are the rules governing Public School Choice Act, and the main thrust of the rules is to incorporate the provisions of Act 490 of 2021, and we request your approval pending Governor's Office review.
Okay. Any questions or discussion?
I did have a question.
Okay.
So I know I think there's a change in the rule, I'm trying to pull it up where it was, about the issue of the deadline, and that
Yes.
we will not be able to overturn. Can you speak to that
Yes.
change?
With the issue of the deadline, I mean, it has always been the department's practice that if a parent does not apply to the school district on time, that we don't even bring those to the state board because they just did not apply on time, which is by May 1st. But we decided instead of just making that be a practice, we would put that into the rules just for clarity.
Okay. And that would that have cleared up the issue that we had this summer where there was, but I guess that was more of a
I don't think so.
paperwork issue than a timeline issue.
Yeah, I don't think so. That was just an issue of whether someone got an application or
Right.
not.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions?
I have a
Yeah.
question. These two that were added, are they going out for public comment?
These rules will be going up for public comment pending
Pending the-
Governor's Office
okay.
approval. So once the Governor's Office approves them, assuming the Governor's Office approves them, we will then be sending them out for a 30-day public comment period.
Okay.
And then they'll come back.
And then in the end, they will come back to you in any event for you to give final approval to the rules.
Anything else? Okay.
Well, I move to approve the rules pending the approval of the Governor's Office for public comment.
All right. Motion by Ms. Dean,
I'll second.
seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, our last rule is the Student Protection Act.
Yes, and again, the department requests that this board approve these rules for public comment release pending Governor's Office approval. And these rules incorporate the provisions of Act 820 of 2021.
Any questions or comments?
I move to approve these rules for public comment, release to public comment pending the Governor's Office approval.
Okay, motion by Ms. Dean,
Second.
second by Ms. McFettridge. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, we finished
Thank
our
you.
morning agenda pretty close to on time. Look at us. All right, so we are going to break until 1 o'clock for lunch. is ready. All right, we are ready to resume our afternoon session. And welcome, Dr. Hill. We missed you this morning, but I hear we had good news from Kentucky, so we're all right. Okay. We're going to begin with our 1240 digital learning plans, and I heard that this is the last of the last. So these are the last ones. So
Of the expedited review.
of the expedited
That is our
reviews.
hope. That's our hope. So today we just have Jacksonville School District asking to amend their approved state board application to add Pearson as the digital content provider.
Okay.
And they are on the line if you have questions.
Okay. Does anybody on my right have a question for Jacksonville? Left? Okay, then we are ready for a motion for a Jacksonville School District Digital Learning Plan.
I'll make that motion.
Okay, a motion by Ms. McFettridge.
I'll second.
Okay, I heard Mr. Sutton first, so we'll go with Mr. Sutton. Second by Mr. Sutton. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right. So now we have more digital learning plans, but these are from Charter. So, Mr. Johnston.
Yes, ma'am. Tim Johnston, DESI Charter Unit. First of all, I wanted to apologize on the agenda. I did not realize, I made some notes in board book and did not realize that the notes would not be part of the published agenda. So when we get to the Lisa Academy amendment, I have the notes I'd like to distribute to you to clarify some things.
All right.
The first of the digital learning plans, and we've presented these as a packet or a group before because you're voting today whether or not to review or not review the Charter Authorizing Panel's decision. So if you'll permit, I'll just go ahead and present them as a group. But I wanted to clarify on these. The Jacksonville Lighthouse, all of these digital learning plans did go through the internal review process before they went before the Charter Authorizing Panel, and they were all approved by the panel. The Jacksonville Lighthouse Academies, their charter expires June of 2022, so they are approved, but only for 1 year until they renew their charter.
So are you talking about the Arkansas Lighthouse Academies maybe?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Arkansas Lighthouse Academies, I apologize.
Okay.
So all 6 of their locations were included in that digital learning plan, but their charter expires in 22, so they are up for renewal. So this would just get them through the remainder of their license. Future School of Fort Smith, their charter does not expire until June of 2026, and the Charter Authorizing Panel approved their digital learning plan for 3 years. Hoss Hall Academy also expires in June of 2022, and so theirs would only be for the remainder of this year. Hope Academy in Northwest Arkansas expires in 2025, and so the Charter Authorizing Panel approved them for 3 years. And West Wind School for Performing Arts does not expire until 2026, but they were approved for 3 years. And I did update all of these in the description in board book, but it was after it was published, so I just wanted to clarify all that for you.
All right. So are we taking these as a batch then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. Do we have any specific questions for any of these charters? Anyone on my left? On my right? Okay. So we need a motion to approve Arkansas Lighthouse, Future School of Fort Smith, Hoss Hall, Hope Academy, and West Wind. Is that correct?
I was going to say, I'll move to not review. Is that the correct?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Okay, motion by Ms. Woods and seconded by Ms. Steen. All in favor? Any opposed? Okay, all right. So now we have district conversions.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Yes, those were the last of the charter digital learning applications. So next, we have consideration of district conversion public charter schools. Guy Berry is listed first. I was looking to see, I do not see Dr. Jake Long on Zoom, however. If you'd like, we can go ahead and go to the next one because I see that they are on, and I will try to get in touch with Dr. Long.
Okay,
if you have
are we
any
going to take
questions.
these individually then?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
They will be individually.
All right.
So if we move to Batesville Junior High Charter. So Batesville Public Schools submitted an application to convert Batesville Junior High School to a public conversion charter school. Grades 6 through 8 will be served with an enrollment cap of 1,000 students. The school will follow a traditional education model with a blended approach to meet the needs of students enrolled in the Pioneer Virtual Academy. And the charter application was approved. And we have Dr. Michael Hester and Jennifer Douglas are both on Zoom, I believe, if you have any questions about their charter.
Okay. All right, let's see if we have any questions. Anyone over here have a question for Batesville? Okay, on my left, anyone have a question for Batesville? Okay. Do we have a motion to approve Batesville Junior High conversion to a public charter school, district conversion?
So moved.
Okay, motion by Mr. Sutton. Seconded by Mr. Henderson. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Congratulations, Mr. Hester. All right.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Douglas. All right. Where are we going to now?
Okay, next will be Fort Smith Virtual Academy.
All right.
So Fort Smith Public Schools submitted a public conversion charter application for the Fort Smith Virtual Academy. The school will serve students K through 8 with an enrollment cap of 500 students, and the school will be 100% virtual. Dr. Gary Udodge and Samantha Hall should be available on Zoom if you have any questions. I see Dr. Udodge there.
Okay.
And Samantha Hall.
All right. Welcome. We'll see if we have any questions for either of you. Anyone on my left have a question? Am I right? All right. Then we're ready for a motion for Fort Smith Virtual Academy district conversion. Okay, motion by Ms. McFetridge.
Second.
Seconded by Dr. Moore. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right, congratulations.
Thank you.
All right.
And the next one is Caddo Hills. Caddo Hills School District submitted an application to convert Caddo Hills High School to Caddo Academy. The school will continue to serve students grades 7 through 12 utilizing a career academy model. And Derek Owens, superintendent, and Justin Neal are both here in person if you have any questions.
All right.
And I was reminded by legal that you're voting whether to review or not review, not approve.
That's my fault. That's my fault.
I didn't catch it.
Yeah, I didn't either. And I even have it written in my notes here, and I still didn't do it right. So sorry about that. All right, and since y'all both made the trip from Caddo, I'm going to give you an opportunity to come up and speak to us if you would like to share anything.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and Board. We appreciate this opportunity to better serve the students of Montgomery County and hopefully provide a world-class educational experience that will prepare them for their future, no matter what that might be or look like.
Yes, yes. We're excited about these career models that are coming through. You know, to get kids excited about their future, you know, sometimes it takes letting them see the future, and doing this career model, I think, is an excellent idea. So I'm anxious to see your results.
Thank you so very much.
Anyone have a question? Okay, Ms. McFetridge?
I have a question, just a comment. I enjoyed reading your application very much. I like the fact that you're getting students life ready.
Mm-hmm.
I like that term. But you're also engaging your industry partners on creating career action plans with your students, and that is just awesome. I think it's going to be a great way to bring those students in and really connect them with career and jobs. So good work on that.
Thank you so very much. We appreciate the division's support of student success plans, which ultimately has the same goal. So
Right.
we're hopefully going to connect the dots.
Yes. Well, and you really stress the point that you're in the middle of the Ouachita National Forest, and so your job is really cut out for you. So,
Absolutely.
yeah, good forward thinking on this. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am.
Any other questions or comments? Okay, we're going to make the appropriate motion this time to review or not review.
I'll make the motion not to review.
All right. Motion by Ms. McFettridge. Second by Ms. Wood. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Congratulations. We're so proud of you and your work. All right. And
we're
can we
still
go
trying to-
back?
Well, we're still trying to get Mountain Home.
Let's go back, and then if we have questions, then we'll kind of put a stop on it there. We may not have any questions.
So do you want to
Go
go ahead
ahead.
and move forward with Lisa Academy?
No, let's go back to.
Oh, okay. We'll go back to Guy Berry.
Yes.
Okay, so the Mountain Home School District submitted a public conversion charter application for Guy Berry College and Career Academy. Grades served will be 6 through 12 with enrollment cap of 200 students. The school would follow an ALE model with an industry focus.
Well, let's see if we had questions from the board. That way we'll know if we need
Okay.
to get them on the line. Anyone on my left going to have a question for Mountain Home? On my right? Okay, so I don't think we're going to have any questions.
Okay.
It was a very good model and a great presentation. So, do we have a motion to review or not review this district conversion?
Not review.
Okay, a motion by Dr. Rankin not to review.
Second.
Okay, seconded by Mr. Sutton. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay. Now we're going to move to Lisa Academy.
Yes, so the last thing with charters is a consideration for a charter amendment for Lisa Academy. And I do have, pass this.
Sure. And be sure to give one to Ms. Sharon down there.
I always get to share copies.
Okay.
So Lisa Academy submitted an amendment request to add an additional campus to their existing charter that would be a K-12 campus in Fayetteville beginning the fall of 2023 with a flexible grading configurations. And they requested that all of the Lisa Academy North Middle School and Lisa Academy North High School waivers be granted to the Fayetteville campus. They additionally requested an increase with their current enrollment cap by 1,168, which would raise their enrollment cap from 5,632 to 6,800. There was a lot of discussion with the charter authorizing panel about this. So like I said, the clarification that I just passed out is included in the board book agenda now. But just to clarify any confusion on that, the charter authorizing panel approved the open enrollment charter amendment with a 3-phased implementation. So grades K through 5 with an enrollment cap of 435 students beginning with 2023-24. Grades K through 8 with an enrollment cap of 755 students in 24-25. And then grades K through 12 in 2026-2027 for a total enrollment cap of 1,168 students. And Dr. Fatih is on Zoom if you have any questions.
Okay. We'll see if we have any questions. Maybe I'm not seeing. Anybody on my right have a question about Lisa? Okay, on my left, Dr. Moore?
I do have a question, and I'm not sure who can answer it, but the phrase flexible grade configurations, what does that mean?
Well, that's That's the terminology they used in their application for an amendment, but what they're the flexible, they just meant a tiered.
Okay, so what you
implementation.
have out here, K-5,
Yes, ma'am.
it's nothing to do with students being
Correct.
in different grades or that? Okay,
Correct.
it's how they're phasing in the school
Yes.
over time? Okay, thank you. And one more question for you, actually. I know is it the procedure now that when an existing charter adds a new campus, they just go through this amendment process, not through the new
Yes,
school?
if they're following under the same LEA. So
Okay.
this would fall under their existing LEA, so it is just adding an additional campus.
Okay, so it's all one school district?
Yes.
With the different campuses? Okay, thank you.
Any other questions?
I know there was some concern about the school being pretty far and not close to neighborhoods. And there was a question on would they be able to transport students if there was a need for that?
There's several of the staff on the Zoom. Probably Mr. Hassan, who will be the principal of Springdale, or is the principal of Springdale. Either he or Luann Baroni. If someone from Lisa would like to address your question as far as the location.
Hi, this is Hassan Salji. I can answer this question. Thank you for the opportunity. This is we make the traffic study for our for this location, and neighborhoods, they are not far from 20 minutes drive from this location, and we are willing to provide transportation if there is a need from our current Springdale campus to Pittsburgh campus.
I couldn't understand.
I didn't.
Okay. Ms. Baroni, could you possibly expand on that?
Sure. Yes. Sorry, we have two microphones. Okay. So what Mr. Hassan was saying is that they did a traffic study, and the campus is within 15 to 20 minutes of neighborhoods in the area, and we are willing to take a look at providing transportation if there is a demand for that from neighborhoods. One of the reasons for the location selection was so that it's also accessible to our Springdale campus parents, because currently we only have a K-8 campus in Springdale. And there's been a lot of interest from our Springdale parents of having the continuation of a high school component. And so that's why we were looking for a location that was accessible both to Springdale and Fayetteville. Does that answer your question?
Yes, so financially you would be able to add bus service if it was needed. Is that correct?
Yes, I believe that we're prepared to do that if there's a need for it.
All right. Any other questions? Okay. Our appropriate motion is to review or not review the Lisa Academy Charter Amendment request. Okay. All right, we have a motion not to review by Ms. McFetridge.
Second.
Seconded by Ms. Dean. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? All right.
Thank you very much, Board.
Thank you, Mr. Johnson. I think that gets us through our agenda. One thing before we leave this and some of the division staff gets out of here, one thing Ms. Freno gave us this morning was the standard operating board procedures. She gave you a hard copy of that, and I think she said she was also going to send you an electronic copy of that. If you would not mind over this next month, because we've got several new members on since we developed those, if you would not mind, take a few minutes, go through that and look at that and see, you know, are there any suggestions that you would like to make, and get them either to Ms. Freno or Ms. Wendell, and we'll see what we need to do with those. So did everybody get a copy? I know, Dr. Moore, did you get a copy of that this morning? Okay, Ms. Freno, Ms. Moore will need a copy of your handouts from this morning. And Dr. Hill, yes. So get both of those, a copy of those handouts. All right, anything else? Okay, we're going to move into the reports. Does anyone from the board have something that you would like? Let's take a break. No, we're going to take a break. I know you've only been here 20 minutes, but that's okay. Miss Sharon takes care of us, and we love her and we appreciate her, and we're going to give her time to get her things. And so we're going to take a break until 1:30. Okay? All right. Love it. No, it's going to be great. All right. I think it is 1:30. So we will, I know, Mr. Sutton, you have given me a time crunch.
Yes, ma'am.
So we're coming back, and so we're going to move right on. We're going to skip around a little bit in the report section. We're going to actually start with item 4 there, Office of Skills Development. We're going to start there because Mr. Waits has another meeting at 2, and we don't want to make him late, and so we're going to let him go first.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Good to be with you all today. Cody Waits, I'm the director for the Office of Skills Development at the Department of Commerce. See some familiar faces on the board. Good to see you, Mr. Henderson. With Nucor, obviously a great partner of the Arkansas Northeastern College Career Center up in Blytheville, Arkansas. But at the end of the day, I know all of you are dedicated to education in the state. So without further ado, is the presentation up, or do you all have a copy of it at some level before we get started?
Dan, can you get that from the agenda?
I can go ahead and start unless y'all, okay.
Yeah, that'll be fine.
So, as many of you may or may not know, right, in the state of Arkansas, we have 30 secondary career and technical education centers. And in kind of our, narrative to what their purpose is, right, is to provide high quality career and technical education programming that aligns with Arkansas's workforce and economic development priorities, placing students on a pathway to a high skill, high wage, in-demand career while meeting the needs of employers operating in Arkansas. On this slide that you may or may not have in front of you, there's a graphic that we had created that highlights kind of the positioning of all of the secondary career centers in the state of Arkansas. Something that we try to promote at all times and in all ways, so that it puts a really good perspective as to where these centers are located and how we've really expanded our efforts and our outreach in the state of Arkansas really since 2015 when Governor Hutchinson took office. And so if you're able to see this map, if you were to look at it back in 2015, you would see a huge open space in north central Arkansas. You would see some missing pieces down in the southern parts of the state. And so one of the things we're really proud of is the fact that since then we've added additional capacity, and you'll hear comments made at times where when Governor took office, right, we had 54 districts unserved by a secondary career center in the state of Arkansas. That's been reduced down to 2. So we've made a lot of progress without asking for an increase in funding. Part of that lack of not asking for that increase in funding is because we're not exactly sure if there is a need for that, and if there is a need for that, at what level should we bring that responsibility to when we go to ask for that additional funding. So just to kind of point out a couple of the centers that we've created and have approved since that time, right? UA Community College at Batesville, Black River Technical College up in Pocahontas, ASU Newport, and a couple of satellites locations that they have around the state. And then just to kind of add a little bit of additional flavor to it, we've also been working with some of our partners, such as UA Hope Texarkana and UACC Morrilton, to take over as the LEA and the sponsoring institution for secondary career centers that were previously hosted on a high school campus, but have been since transitioned to a post-secondary campus so that those students have a greater opportunity to not only receive high school credit and industry credentials, but also receive concurrent credit for the time that they're spending within those programs of study. And so that is something that we're very proud of. And a lot of work has been done, but the job's not done yet. We still have a couple of districts that we need to serve, and we're going to continue to do that. We have plans in place to kind of continue working with some of our high school programs to partner them with post-secondary institutions. One that we've been having conversation with most recently is Jefferson Area Technical Center in Pine Bluff, with their leadership and President Bloomberg with CR College, and that conversation is going very well. Moving forward, kind of looking through the next slide, I want to kind of give an update on some of the things that have happened over the past couple of years with some legislation and how it's really changed and evolved since OSD really started kind of overseeing these initiatives since around 2016. Act 179 of 2019 was a highly debated topic, right? And something that a lot of people had a lot of conversations with as it surrounded revising the model and the way by which we fund our secondary career centers in the state of Arkansas. And so essentially what it did is it established a tiered funding structure that really took into account a couple of different things. You know, if you look at the past, right, we funded all programs at the exact same funding amount, no matter what the cost to operate the program was, no matter whether or not it aligned with the economic and workforce priorities as identified by AEDC. And so what we started to look at was, well, where's the dollars going, right? As you start with anything, you try to figure out where is the money flowing. And so as you looked at it, right, some of our fastest growing programs and some of our highest enrolled programs were culinary arts, criminal justice, and cosmetology. Meanwhile, some of our programs such as manufacturing, industrial tech, and construction were lagging behind in terms of enrollment and funding. To put it into perspective, right, you were probably seeing anywhere from $6 to $7 million going to fund the 3 Cs, right? And in our manufacturing programs, we're being funded at roughly around $300,000 to $500,000 a year. And so these centers, if you go back to our mission, right, which is to try to prepare a workforce, we know that there's all kinds of needs no matter what area you're in, but we felt like we were doing a disservice to some of our construction trades, our manufacturers, and some of our other areas. And so we wanted to flip that model to incentivize our centers to really work with the counselors and the students to identify opportunities so they could go work for a number of those employers, whether that's Nucor in Northeast Arkansas, right? Tyson Foods in Northwest Arkansas, ConAgra Foods in Russellville. There's all kinds of job opportunities, and we needed to better align our programs to meet those goals. So we did that in 2019. This last year in 2021, we updated a rule or a piece of legislation that allowed the centers to use their funding for maintenance and operations to support secondary technical career centers. That is something that we had not been in support of for quite some time, just because we felt like it was going to become something that they would use their funding that they received to utilize towards non-program of study expenditures. In our rules, we outlined what that is. I'm not going to speak to every single piece of that today unless you all want to hear that, but we can get into that at the appropriate time. But that was in conflict with our rules, and so right now we're going through a promulgation of rule process where we're actually going to, and I guess the problem with that was we defined it in the law as, physically detached from a center was how those dollars would be able to be used, and so that was going to provide some centers with the ability to use their dollars for maintenance and operations and some without. So we've been working with Dr. Pfeffer and Ross with the Division of Career and Technical Education to provide some rules that allowed everybody the same flexibility, while putting some parameters in place to make sure that we weren't spending our vocational center aid funding, which is supposed to be spent on programs of study and actual program costs, and not spending on administrative expenses that were above and beyond what we thought they should be. If you go to the next slide, well, I guess the previous slide, there it is, okay, perfect. So on the tiered funding structure, we have 3 tiers. One of those is funded at $8,000 per FTE, Tier 2 is funded at $5,500 per FTE, and Tier 3 is funded at $3,000 per FTE. And usually when you look at this, right, you see it as why is medical professions in Tier 2, right? We all know that we need more nurses, more LPNs, more phlebotomists, more CNAs, and the essential answer is because the enrollments in that, as you will see, are so high, if you were to fund that at a Tier 1 program of study, you would bankrupt the vocational center aid, which is $20.4 million appropriation. And so also, when you take into account the average cost of FTE per cost of FTE for those programs of study, it is right around that $5,500 range. So those are kind of the breakdowns. Now, obviously, there are different programs and pathways within kind of the bigger categories of advanced manufacturing, but at a high level, you get to see kind of where that's at. So if you look at where we're at in the terms of the graph that shows kind of the enrollments of where we're at, you can see really quickly that you have 3,000 plus students who are enrolled in our medical professions programs of study around the state. Followed by the welding, which is 1,302 students, automotive 850 students, manufacturing at 733 students, construction, criminal justice, and information technology round out the top programs of study. And if you kind of go back into that and you try to go to and start looking at where the largest centers are around the state of Arkansas, you've got about 147 FTEs at Northeast Arkansas Career and Technical Center. You have 133 FTEs at Conway Career Center, 114 at Arkansas Tech. ASU 3 Rivers has 104. WATSE, which is the Western Arkansas Technical Center in Fort Smith, has 102. Metro with 85, and National Park in Hot Springs with 63. Something I think is important to note is when you look at the highest number of FTEs, primarily you see that on the high school campuses, right? Because those are very large districts who have simple access to their student populations, and they can easily walk across the street or walk down the hallway, right, and have access to those programs of study like you do at Jonesboro, Conway, and Metro specifically. Now, Arkansas Tech University, they do a really good job, and they have a few satellite locations, but they're housed right down the street, or really it's within walking distance of Russellville High School. And so there's another opportunity there where you see that these huge enrollments for the top centers around the state are very closely located to those districts where they're not having to bus students to and from, right? Saline County Career Center, the ASU 3 Rivers, and the Western Arkansas Technical Center They previously weren't as high as enrollments, but because of the establishment of the Saline County Career Center, which just started operating this year, as well as the Peak Innovation Center in Fort Smith, if Gary Udodge is still on the call, right? They're managing that. Those two centers really have increased the enrollments and the opportunities that those students have for their programs and for their opportunities. When you start looking at the top largest centers by revenue, I think it's always good to put it in perspective, right? What the FTEs look like versus what the funding looks like. So this is just based off of our fall numbers, right? So you're looking at $900,000 going towards Jonesboro and Northeast Arkansas, Conway at 811, ATU 735, so forth and so on. And so, as we start to look at how do we try to allocate dollars towards programs of study and expenses, this starts to put a clear indication of exactly where we're at in terms of our largest centers. And then I think it's very interesting, though, if you look at some of our smaller centers, and I don't know how it's positioned on y'all's slide deck. I guess can you scroll up, please? I want to make sure we're on the same page. So if you start looking at the smaller centers by FTEs, you have UA Rich Mountain that has 6 FTEs. And meanwhile, you had Northeast Arkansas Career Center that had 147 FTEs. Now, a lot of that's due to location and geography, and we get that. But how do we start working with those districts and create those opportunities for students? Because they have great programming at UA Rich Mountain. They have great programming at all of these areas around the state. We could always do a better job, I feel like. But when you start to see the difference between the larger centers and the smaller centers, it's very drastic, right? East Ark with 11, Ozarka with 14, ASU Newport with 15, and a lot of these are some of our brand new centers, right? So they're still establishing enrollment at some of these locations. So I think it's interesting to put that in perspective. And then when you look at the funding also that gets generated by some of our districts to support this, you're talking $33,000 at UA Rich Mountain compared to $900,000 at our largest. ASU Newport, right, $94,000, North Central, $97,000, UACC Batesville, $110,000. And while that is great and that we appreciate their efforts, we need to figure out a way to do better in order to provide them with better equipment and better opportunities for their students. If you move on to the next slide, right, you start looking at the number of fall FTEs by fiscal year. I think this slide is indicative of what happened during COVID-19, right? So if you look at the fall 2019 number, we were around 1,586 FTEs. And if you look at the very next year, right, we went down to 1,190 FTEs. And to put that into perspective, right, you went from $9.8 million of funding in the fall of 19 to $7.5 million in the fall of 2020. Right? And so a number of our centers were struggling simply to make payroll in some cases, right? And so if you look at the note that I put on the side of that slide, it says, we had to go and get emergency rules in order to provide additional funding support to our secondary career centers to allow them not to operate in the red for the fiscal year simply due to the fact that COVID-19 had such a drastic impact on the enrollments that they had. So we were happy to do that. Now that you look at the FTE enrollment based off 2021, which is this year, we just finished verifying that. We have rebounded somewhat to 1,468 FTEs. However, I would say that a large portion of that is also generated by the fact that you now have 2 larger satellite locations that have been added to the existing platform, right? When you take into account the Saline County Career Center, which is captured by ASU Three Rivers, and the Peak Innovation Center, which is captured by the Western Arkansas Technical Center. So if you took those 2 out, your number would not look near as good as it does, right? And so we would still be trying to figure out where are we going to go and how has, our enrollments rebounded from COVID-19. And I was, stating all along that I don't think we'll get back to our pre-COVID enrollments for a few years. While it looks like we are, I think you have to also take into account we have those 2 large centers. And so it'll be interesting to see how that kind of continues to grow. Typically, your spring enrollments are always smaller than your fall enrollments at these programs. So, that kind of leads us into this idea of we have $20.4 million, right? We only allocated of that last year. Typically, we grant that fully out to our secondary centers every year. Last year, we only expended roughly about $19 million of that with supplemental funding. If our centers' enrollments don't rebound, which is how the vocational center aid is distributed, then will we expend that full $20.4 million? And if not, then how do we, go around and justify the additional increases to vocational center aid and try to put a dollar amount to what that would be? One of the things I want to mention real quick, I think we've kind of skipped over it here, but the concurrent credit and credentials earned, I think, are a big, huge highlight of what the centers are all about, right? Look at the number of concurrent credit hours and the industry credentials, right? 2,799 credentials in 2020, 2,391 in the fall, right? with 1,708 of certifications in concurrent, right? So we're very proud of that. The Office of Skills Development sets aside $100,000 out of a special fund to support our centers so they don't have to dig into their vocational center aid budgets in order to pay for certifications for their students, because at the end of the day, we get requests all the time that say we would love to provide these certifications for our students, but we just simply don't have the dollars. If you're not going to certify them and you're not going to get them the credential, then what are we doing, right? So we want to make sure that no matter where the program is or where the student is, that they have the opportunity to use and get those certifications. And so we never fully expend that $100,000 every year, but we do provide that to our centers as an additional opportunity for them to tap into that funding. And to kind of wrap up, obviously we want to make sure that we serve the remaining couple of districts that we have left. Again, we consider serving being within 25 miles or 30 minutes of drive time. We want to make sure that we're establishing pre and youth apprenticeship programs in all of our secondary career centers around the state. Office of Skills Development operates as the Office of Apprenticeship as well. And so, we have a huge initiative where we want to see 1/3 of our career centers with a pre or youth apprenticeship by the end of, or by 2023. I'm not going to say by the beginning or the end of the fiscal year. We'll see where that goes. But we also want to grow with that, right? And then 2/3, and then obviously 100% of our centers having that opportunity. The Federal Department of Labor, USDOL, Office of Apprenticeship, is putting a lot of money into the expansion of registered apprenticeship with the reauthorization of the Fitzgerald Act at the national level. And so we're very keen on where that's going to go and having a watchful eye on that. And we're hopeful to be able to leverage some of that funding to be able to make sure that we're appropriately funding those programs and providing those opportunities to students, putting them to work earlier, reducing time to completion, and earning a wage while they're going through these CTE programs. We want to make sure we identify an appropriate increase to vocational center aid if necessary. The idea would be to create some sort of revolving equipment fund for our centers to have access to. One of the things that we hear most is that we need to upgrade our facilities, we need to upgrade equipment. While they can use their vocational center aid for equipment upgrades, as you can see very quickly, for some of those that are very small in nature and do not generate enough enrollment, we need to find another way to make sure that they have access to it. And so whether it's with our excess funding that we may have at the end of the fiscal year, how do we put together a grant process and program where they can receive that funding? Or, like we've done in the past, right, Skills Development has just simply tried to grant funds to those centers or to those institutions to help support both the post-secondary, secondary career center, as well as the incumbent worker training programs that they have through additional budgets and through additional means within OSD. We're working with the Department of Education, Division of CTE, School Board of Nursing, and others, right, to establish the LPN pilot programs under Act 757 at our secondary career centers. And then lastly, we want to better understand how we can leverage WIOA formula funding for in-school youth to help support these programs as well as additional funding streams and revenue. So I appreciate the time. I apologize for having to run through that fairly quickly. And I hope we can spend some more time together and be happy to answer any questions.
Anyone on my right have a question for Mr. Waits? On my left? Dr. Moore?
Yes, this was very informative. Thank you so much, and thank you for all the work y'all done over the past few years. I'm looking at the chart that has the programs in all of the different areas, and I noticed that, like you said, welding is one of the top ones, and it's at almost every institution. What drove, and medical professional, what are those decisions like at those centers to decide which programs they offer, and what drives them to start new programs?
Yeah, I think two things, right? And I'm going to give you my answer, which is, I think ultimately they're responsive to their local industry. So no matter where you're really out in state, whether you're at Mountain Home and you need, aluminum welding, whether you're around the boat manufacturers of Hot Springs, welding is a very high skill, high need career, right? Whether you're doing pipeline or whatever the case may be. Nucor probably has welders at some level, maybe, perhaps. There's robotic welding. I think at some level, right, the centers are responsive to whatever the local industry demands are. I think the second piece to that is, right, many years ago, when someone decides that they have a really nice, cool program of study and a lot of students like to take it, they want to offer it too.
Yeah.
And so I think there's a little bit of that. So, what we do now is when an institution wants to start a new program of study, obviously we have those conversations with their local industry. Are you going to be supportive of this? Real world example, right, is Ozarka College, right? They're working with a boat manufacturer up there, and they're wanting to start a welding program at one of their campuses that they have, I believe, at Mountain View. We're not going to approve that unless that organization is supportive of and will hire out of that program, providing those opportunities for students. We want to make sure that they have access to high quality training. We want to make sure the equipment is there. We want to make sure the facilities, and working with the Division of Career and Technical Education to do reviews of those facilities. But there's a huge application process, but they're supposed to be responsive to the local industry demands. But again, I think there's a sentiment that if you have a program and you're doing really well, we've heard from you, we're talking about it, we want to start that too. And so we try to make sure that it's industry driven in nature.
That's so important. That's great. Do all of these areas of study have a certificate that a student's walking away with upon completion, or does that look different in different industries?
No, I mean, I would venture to say that every single one of the programs of study that are offered at our career centers have some level of industry credential.
Okay.
You know, regardless of whether that's manufacturing, construction, healthcare, IT, whatever the case may be, every student has the ability to earn some level of credentialing in addition to the concurrent credit at almost every single one of our centers.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Moore. Good to see you.
And if I could add to that on the certifications, I think what's really good is for you all to get to hear about the secondary career centers and these opportunities, because this aligns perfectly with our strategic plan with the goals to increase those pathways and persistence to post-secondary opportunities. And so this really gives high school students the chances to be taking these courses in high school, earning those certifications. So it all fits together very well, and it's a good partnership with our CTE programs.
Any other questions? I just want to compliment on the years that I had been in education. I was able to see the progress that these career centers have made from becoming just a place where kids could go and take welding or cosmetology or whatever, to when I left, kids were going and doing apprenticeships and coming out and working for an electrician with a job, a great paying job, you know, and other professions. You know, it's night and day of where we used to be, and it's what was needed. So I know it's been a lot of work on this end to get down to the kid level, but it's tremendous what's happened.
Yeah, and I would be remiss not to mention some of our apprenticeship schools around the state, right? Whether it's the Arkansas Construction Education Foundation, the Association of Builders and Contractors, NATEF, College of Electricity, a number of those organizations, right, provide opportunities for those students when they're going through those construction trades, you know, to award them credit when they've come out of these programs, whether you want to be an electrician or a plumber or HVAC technician, whatever the case may be, carpenter, roofer, to say, let's look at the hours that you've completed, so let's sign MOUs, you know, so that we can give you some of the credit hours that you've earned while you're in that CTE course towards your apprenticeship program. What we're trying to do now is try to better define what we're calling certified pre-apprenticeship opportunities around the state. And I think it's going to start very closely and aligned with our career and technical education programs at our centers specifically, and obviously we can take that around the state too. But because we have that relationship and we can make that connection with the apprenticeship schools on the construction trades, you look at what Future Fit is, if you're familiar with Future Fit and what they're doing in AEDC, with the post-secondary, some of the colleges that are offering Future Fit as a pre-employment workforce training opportunity for individuals. There's a lot of language that can be drafted around certified pre-apprenticeships providing those opportunities for students, so appreciate that.
Right. Someone else? Mr. Henderson?
Yeah, Madam Chair, Cody, I know we've worked together for the last couple of years. In your professional opinion, the best way to standardize us in the state and do away or eliminate some of these skills gaps, what's your professional opinion of best and easiest way we can standardize those efforts?
One of the things I'll speak to is just some of the work we've done. And Act 1079 of 2019 required the Office of Skills Development to conduct industry-led sector reviews. So essentially what that means is we've been working within our Career Education Workforce Development Board to find industry-led organizations, right, in groups. We've done this in HVAC technicians. We're starting one on the automation robotics side, and we're doing one in industrial tech, right? The one and machining as well, which has been led by Michael Varner and the Phillips Corp. We did one in HVAC in partnership with the HVAC Association and members that they put together. What you find, right, when you go around, and I'm just going to speak specifically to post-secondary at this point, right, is that you may have 12 or 13 different HVAC programs that all do it a different way. You may have 3 or 4 different curriculums. You may have different levels of certification. You may have different hours, right, in which they offer it. And I'm probably not saying anything we don't know. But at the end of the day, you know, I feel like there's some level, and not in every area, not in every occupation, but where we can standardize training for employers around the state, I think that adds a huge benefit to the fact that if I know whether or not I'm hiring an HVAC technician out of eStark or NWTI or UA Cositot, I know that they've gone to X number of hours. I know they've been in this curriculum. I know they have these certifications, and I know that they should have this skill level when they graduate from there. what you hear right now, and this is not anything against any institution or anywhere, right, is I have to go ahead and retrain them, right, to our standard. And so, you know, you're never going to, I don't think we'll ever solve it 100%. I think we can put things in place that can help us standardize that. You know, we were having this LPN conversation, so I'm just going to, you know, we were talking about that and how there's, you know, you have 22 community colleges and everybody does it a little bit differently. Why don't we standardize that, right? It's a licensed occupation in the state of Arkansas. It seems like at some level we should be able to have a standard way of operating this. So, you know, in my opinion, I think there's a level of frustration from the private sector, right? When you're trying to figure out, you know, if someone can weld or not, at what level of welding do you have and where did you come to school at? And, you know, sometimes the sentiment is, well, I'm going to have to retrain them because I don't have faith in the product that was put out. But that's not to say that our centers and our post-secondary institutions and everyone around the state does a good job of what they can do. Now, can we do it better? Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Anyone else? Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Excellent presentation. And
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Great work. That's
Members of the committee.
the biggest thing, is the great work.
Appreciate it. Couldn't do without our partnership with the Department of Ed.
We appreciate it very much. Okay, we'll go back up to the beginning of the reports. Does anyone from the board have something you would like to share? Dr. Moore?
I will, yes. I talked about before how I got put on the board of directors for the NASB, National Association of Boards of Education, and we actually had our board meeting yesterday, and they are looking and asking for more board members if you're interested to get involved. There's a number of committees. Ms. Newton served on their governmental affairs committee, but all sorts of things. If anyone is interested in getting more involved, maybe let Weeder or me or Ms. Wendell know, because they will be happy to plug you in to a place. They have monthly office hours where they're sharing just across states ideas and things, so let us know.
It's very informative to know what another state is doing, because we're all facing the same issues, and so how are they handling it? So if you would be interested in serving on a committee, I think it would be a great thing for our board.
I learned yesterday there are 4 states that don't have a state board of education, but for all of the rest, there are 545 board members, state board members in the U.S. So a small group, but a very wide range in that. It's very interesting.
Right, a lot of them have to remain political, yes, absolutely. All right. Anyone else?
I had the opportunity yesterday, as I was coming into town, to visit the Exalt Academy, and was very impressed with their students. Their school is growing. They've got a waiting list, and the transition between classes with the middle-aged students was amazing. They were so quiet, so respectful. I was very impressed. But anyways, I would highly recommend going to visit them if you have a chance. You know, they're in an older building. They've almost got it paid off, and they can't wait to have it paid off so they could really start doing some remodeling. But just a great group of educators. So thank you.
Anyone else? Okay. Ms. Post, we are excited to hear your adventure in Washington, D.C.
I know I already shared some of it over lunch, but I saved 2 little nuggets. Yes, so all of the 2020 and 2021 Teachers of the Year were invited to Washington, D.C. for the week. The White House, I don't even know how to describe the awe of just being in that building and knowing historically, like, who has stood there and what decisions have been made, and to think that we were honored and brought there as educators to be celebrated. That was pretty overwhelming. I'll come back to my favorite part of that day, but that evening, my husband and I had nothing scheduled, and he said, "What do you want to do?" And I said, "I need to go see Lincoln." And we had been there a couple of years ago with our children, and we had visited Ford's Theater 2 years ago. And there was an incredible speaker there that said, if you get to go visit the Lincoln Memorial, look at his second speech, inaugural speech, the one that was given after our country had been torn apart and was trying to come back together. And I just, after being at the White House and thinking about education in our country and the pandemic and all of it, I wanted to go sit, and I did. I just went and sat down on the floor, and I read that speech about 3 times, and just sat there truly in awe again of what that man did when he could have chosen punishment. He could have chosen so many different paths, and instead he chose reconciliation. And it brought me back to my platform and the empathy gap and trying to understand where all of these different teachers and students and schools are coming from, and the work that we still continue to do in this country to bring people together and to understand their lived experiences. So that was a big day. Dr. Jill Biden is actually the one that extended the invitation to the White House, and she told a story that her grandmother was a school teacher, and I'm pretty certain she said like in an old one-room schoolhouse. Yes? Okay. And on occasion, when she was still young, her grandmother would let her ring the bell to invite the students into the schoolhouse. So guess what gift we all received? A bell. And I wanted to read to you what the little tag on it said. Never stop ringing your bell. Never forget that the lives you change go on to change the world. Student by student, you perform miracles every day. So that was my favorite part of the White House. Joel Lookadoo and I, the next day, and again, let me brag on Arkansas, because several of the teachers of the year were not getting face-to-face meetings, and some of them not even Zoom meetings with their representatives. And Joel and I were scheduled to get face-to-face meetings with Senator Cotton, with Representative Womack and Senator Bozeman, and we ended up meeting with Womack's assistant, but still, we were accepted into the building and welcomed, and that was all incredible. But of all the things that Joel and I wanted to talk about that day, let me brag on Arkansas yet again. They were so intrigued to know, and I want to tie this back to ringing the bell, that in the midst of the pandemic, and Dr. Pfeffer, I think I'm correct in this, 97% of our students were still tested, right? So we still had good data on 97% of our students, and I don't know that other states were anywhere close to being able to have anything, valuable to move forward with and to really try to address learning loss or to understand where we were after the pandemic. So they were incredibly proud of the work that we've done in Arkansas, just to continue to educate. So that was part of it. I mentioned this at lunch, but we were able to go to the Kennedy Center. It was post-Lookadoo double date night at the Kennedy Center, and see Hadestown. And then another one of my favorite parts, all of the teachers of the year were brought in for a private tour of the Smithsonian African American History exhibit at the museum, and that was incredible. I left there in tears again. There were several of those moments, lots of laughter, lots of tears that week, but that was incredible, and I highly recommend it if you have not gotten to visit that. So that was Washington Week. The week after that, I was back here, and it was a full force ahead into getting Jessica's National Teacher of the Year application submitted. So there was a lot of work that went into that. I really think that we have an outstanding candidate. You got to meet her today. We are hoping for a top 4 and potentially a National Teacher of the Year from Arkansas. I went back and looked through the history, and I double-checked with Venus. I don't think we've ever had even a top 4 that I know of from Arkansas. So I feel like this could be our year. We'll see. Jessica's fabulous. And I had spent a lot of time on the road, so I was in Fort Smith a lot for the next couple of weeks. I went to Southside High School, one of our local schools in Fort Smith, and joined our Director of Secondary Education and their main principal, and went and observed 6 classrooms. I felt a little bad because the teachers did not know we were coming. And I can't fathom what that would have been like to have those 3 people walk into my classroom unexpectedly. But it's so good. And every time I do a classroom observation, I think we've got to get to where this becomes more normal for teachers, just to have people in your room and for it not to be so intimidating. And how good it was for me and I was kind of there from an administrative perspective, but more from a teacher perspective, how good it is just to see what other educators are doing in their rooms. There was an English teacher that had taken torn pages out of a book and passed them out to her students, and they were doing this thing called blackout poetry. I don't know if you've ever seen this before, but the kids had to scan the page, find words or phrases that really jumped out to them, and then they were blacking out all the other words and creating a poem from the bits and pieces, and it became, in the end, and you're not necessarily just coloring out these other words, like they were creating art out of this. One had drawn like a sunrise out of it. It was just incredible and inspiring to get into another teacher's classroom and just see the creative things that they're doing. So that was great. I saw 6 teachers that day. And then I've shared before that I wanted to see C-STEP, which is like the boot camp for youth. It's not too far from here. And I was able to do that and visit, gosh, it's been several weeks now, but the C-STEP director wanted to come see Fort Smith. So I was able to invite her to Bell Point, and she got to see kind of where our kids are coming from before they get to her. And that was great. And then just the past couple of days, I stepped in as acting principal at Bell Point. And they were kind of in a desperate situation, and I agreed to do it. And it was so good just to be back with my kids for a couple of days. All the hugs. I've got all the teacher hugs to last for another couple of weeks at least. But that's what I've been doing. I will be here Friday. Dr. Pfeffer, I'm not sure if you'll be here as well, but we're working on what we've talked about so much with the Educator Prep Program. We are going to look at the standards and curriculum for that first class that these high school students would be taking, the Intro to Education class, and just see what we think about the standards that we would want them to be covering initially, and hope that we can hook them into the career after that. So that will be this Friday, and then I'll have more to report on next month.
I just don't know how you live such a boring life. It's just no, we're very proud of you, and I know you were a great representative for us, and you and Joel both in Washington, so we appreciate all you're doing. All right. Yes.
I believe it's Civilian Student Training Program. It is like a boot camp for students. So if they are in the court system and they are still finding themselves unsuccessful in school, they can go to that program, and they are still, like, there are teachers on site, so they are still going to class, but you're in uniform. It's more, I don't know if military is the right word, but I mean, you're on a base. So for a lot of kids that are kind of needing a reset with discipline and structure, it offers them that. And then if you have come out of an alternative school and then you successfully complete that program, you then have the opportunity to come back to your hometown and start at the regular school. So it is definitely like a reset for a lot of kids. No, it's here in Little Rock.
Okay. Any other questions? All right, thank you. All right, we're to the commissioner's report, and Dr. Pfeffer.
Yes, I'm glad to have an opportunity to visit with you all today. I really just have one thing I want to show you, and if you don't have a link showing up on your agenda, you may need to refresh your page, because you have should have a link coming up, but Dan's going to pull it up on the screen as well. And before I get into what's on this page, I think I want to just even tie together some of the other stuff you've heard and things that Susanna talked about. But right now, we are really making progress. And time again, you will hear people say, Arkansas is so far ahead of everyone else. We heard that from legislators who attended a conference last week, and just by the very fact that we had school last year, and while other states are still talking about safe return to school, you know, we're taking our data, we're taking all of this information, we're taking the good and the not so good, but we're saying we're moving forward, we're creating new courses for new pathways, and so it's really exciting. So I hope you are feeling that same progress in so many areas. But what I'm going to share with you today is a new webpage that our Regis Sarkar created. He is not here today, or he would, I would definitely want him here to be part of this. But we just want you to know that this is available. We shared it out yesterday with the commissioner memo, and it's a transparency dashboard showing where we are, where schools are in terms of the spending of the federal funding they received. And so Dan, if you will scroll down just a little bit, we'll look at the dashboard, and I'll just talk, so there, a little bit more. There we go, we can, right there. So this main landing page will show right now the percent of the ESSER funding that has been expended. So this means that the funds have been reimbursed to school districts as they spend those funds. And so if you look and you see 26.6%, wow, we still have a lot of money left. There is still a lot of money left. So it's not showing funds that maybe are obligated. So there may be some big construction projects that are pending, or maybe some technology purchases or material purchases that will come in the next few months. And this information will be updated each month, probably mid to later in the month. So this was reflective as of October 22nd. And so the data may have changed. But what you can do is, and I think you would have to go up just a little bit, but you can filter, yes. So there's the select program and select entity. So you can choose a specific school district if you would like to look at a specific district, or you can look at those different funding programs that we got. And so Dan, if you would click on ESSER 1, you see that number changes to 94.5%. So almost all of the ESSER 1 funds have been spent by districts. And that would make sense, because those funds were made prior to the start of the 2020-2021 school year to really help schools deal with that immediate critical response, and even during the summer prior to that. So, and then you can look at how look at exactly the amounts that each district had. So as you look at it from the different sources of funds, that will tell you a lot more information. And then, Dan, if you'll scroll down, there's one other way you can look. So there at the bottom where it says 1 of 2, if you'll click that arrow, yes. And then if we go back up, this is a different dashboard. And this dashboard shows how the funds are spent by those categories, those big buckets that we used for districts to make decisions. So it's, and again, you can search by specific school district or by the specific category. So if you wanted to know, hey, which districts are using some of their funding for, or used any of their funds for food security, you could check food security, and then the table down below would show how much of funding and whether it was ESSER 1, 2, or 3 funding spent on food security. You may find that more of the ESSER 1 funding was spent on food security because part of that was during the time when we would have been at home and students would not have been able to be at school. And now that students are back, and almost all of our students are attending on site, there's probably less of these funds being spent on that particular item. So there's a lot of information here. Again, if you look at something and you have a question, I would encourage you to reach out, and we can reach out to school districts, because with those ARP funds, they all had to have a plan. And so they definitely have made plans for how they're going to spend those funds, and they may update those plans over time, because there are different timelines as far as when those funds are available, and all that information is listed at the bottom. And I think you'll find that this has been very well done. Everything's linked together, and we're excited to have this level of transparency to help answer questions and probably help drive questions as well. So that's what I wanted to share. I don't know if you have questions.
Anyone have questions? Dr. Moore?
This is great. I think it's very important to be so transparent to the public, and then, as people see this, to go to their local boards to pay attention to how they're spending the funds, what they're doing it on. So I appreciate you all putting out this resource.
with the amount of money that districts got, it was almost mind-boggling. And to think of, I think this transparency was very important to do. So, and I appreciate what all that your team has done to make sure that, the public has the information. Mr. Sutton?
Yes, Ivy, would you remind us what was the determining factor to determine how much each school district got?
So the funding is based on the same process that Title I funding is distributed. And so there are some districts that received a greater per student share of funding than others, just like they would typically in receiving other federal funding.
And so the state does not play a role in the decision of how much funds went out?
Correct,
Is that correct?
yes.
Yeah.
Those allocations were made based on that funding formula.
Which I think it's interesting because there are some pretty big discrepancies. Has there ever been talk about changes in how Title I?
So there were questions, and so let me point out one of the categories you will see on there was supplemental ESSER 2, I think it is, when you look at those different categories. So what we did after the second round of funding, we did have several districts that talked to us about the discrepancy in the per student amounts and the fact that, the way COVID affected everyone, everyone was needing to provide direct support to students or maybe technology or even continuously addressing food security because that funding came in about December, January of last year. And so we did go back in and provide some additional funding for a subset of districts, and I think we were able to pull everyone up to maybe $600 per student through that second round of funding. So there, you'll see that ESSER 2 supplemental funding was about $23 million. So some districts that didn't get that, then they had gotten a higher per student share. With the third round of funding, we, as far as the state set-aside funds, we know that over time we're going to realize where maybe there's some unmet needs, and this website is going to help us to know where those unmet needs might be. And so over the next several months, we'll have an indication if there are some districts that come back and say, we've done all of these things and now we're not going to be able to offer a summer school program in a year or so, and we still have a significant number of students who are scoring in that lowest category for reading, and we need some assistance. So those are things we'll be able to look at, but this will help us to know how are the funds that they already have being used.
Thank you. If I recall correctly, the ARP funds came with an additional layer of reporting.
Mm-hmm.
Have we seen a delay? Have any schools commented on that there's been a delay in payment, or has that caused any issues that we know of?
So the appropriation, we got the appropriation for them to start spending the ARP funds, but we didn't get the appropriation, I think, until July 1. So there was a little bit of an issue because there were several districts that wanted to use those funds for summer school because that would meet that requirement of the 20% learning loss. And so there were some districts that wanted to do that, but they were holding their summer schools prior to when we had the appropriation. Now that we have the appropriation, though, you can see that there are districts that still have ESSER 2 funds remaining, but they've spent some ESSER 3, and they're probably doing that strategically because there are certain things that do meet that learning loss requirement. And unfortunately, that's been a little bit of a frustration. And again, 20% is just the floor. And now that we have data and we know that know more about what student needs are, I don't think anyone is going to struggle to meet that 20% requirement, or shouldn't struggle to meet that 20% requirement. But I also think that safeguard was necessary because these funds can be used for a variety of things and pretty open-ended. And so in just making decisions, the funds do have to have a connection to COVID and do have to be showing a way that, we are responding to the needs of students. So there's still a lot of work to do and still a lot of time left that they can spend these funds. We're going to really try to pull together and have some really good continuous support, because in the end, when we get When we get through the time period for the uses of these funds, we want to look back and say, look at these things that we did, and they're going to have a lasting impact. And with this amount of money, we have that opportunity, and I think we, have to really keep working at that.
Okay, excellent. All right, Mr. Worsham.
And while Hope's coming up here, I know that she talked to you, I believe last month, a little bit about assessments, but she and her teams are accomplishing so much work so quickly. We wanted to make sure and give you kind of real-time updates as to where we are and some big decisions so that you're aware of everything going on.
Thank you. So Hope Worsham, ESSER Program Director for the Department of Education. So the final assessment RFP is in its final days, as in will be published on Friday. So we have had multiple rounds of review of the language that is in that RFP. I remind you, we were able to incorporate almost 4,000 educators in the feedback process. And so we're very excited that that's going to publish and be out there. This is about a 4-month process. So what you can expect is that we'll release on Friday. There's a time period for the vendors to submit their bids, ask clarifying questions. OSP will walk us through the entire process. We'll then have a committee of educators and DESE personnel that will work together on scoring those. And then we anticipate an award sometime in March. So our time frame is from now until March for the full process to be accomplished. And then we'll be able to start working with that vendor in March to get our new assessment in place. We did decide over the last month that we will continue with the ACT Aspire assessment not only this school year, but next school year as well. The reason for that is ACT has made that available to us for 2 years, and doing so will allow us to get our new vendor in place, start working with them, get a lot of educators involved in the process, really make sure that that assessment is shored up and aligned with Arkansas standards and in line with what exactly we want. So we're very excited to be able to have that extra year to work with our new vendor and transition out of ACT Aspire. It also gives us an opportunity to make sure that equating is done correctly. We can work with our technical advisory committee to make sure all those things line up so we have a nice smooth transition in scores. I know people still have PTSD from Benchmark, Park, Aspire. So we don't want that to happen again. Really, this is a great opportunity to continue the conversation about a balanced system so that curriculum and instruction and assessment are hand in hand and really talking about each of their critical roles. I know Dr. Pride's team is doing a lot of work around high quality instructional materials, and this should fall right along with that and with the PLC process. So there's a lot of alignment happening, and that extra year will just let that happen even more. Finally, I just wanted to call out a few tensions just to bring them to your attention because you may hear about them. So there was 2 places that what the department, what we felt like from feedback from the TAC and what we knew about where we're trying to go with education, there was a tension with what the educators wanted. One was science and one was high school math. The tension in science is that science educators want a super high quality assessment that gives kids simulations and really gets them into the science, but they wanted that at every grade level. The trade-off there is cost. It's extremely costly to do both of those things. So in the RFP, we are asking for at least 3 grade levels, and a vendor may bid for more grade levels. That is a slight tension you may hear about. The other trade-off is high school math, because high school math courses are so specific, what you teach in Algebra 1 and geometry, as you know, Ms. Newton, and I get it as a former math teacher, but what the TAC advised us on is we can work with our vendor and utilize our algorithm inside the system. Because we're going to have an adaptive assessment, then we can set that algorithm and that blueprint to adjust based on the student's course. So we think that that can happen, and we're going to be looking for that in the proposals, that's a possibility. So we think we can handle both the tensions. Just wanted you to be aware of them, and like I said, that RFP will be publishing out on Friday.
Excellent. Questions?
I do have something that I should have brought up last month, but I've had a parent-teacher conference since then, so I'll put on my parent hat, and a fantastic teacher trying to give me information based on a not very helpful sheet of paper.
Yep.
Is that something that's included in RFP? That is the,
information that's given to parents and families and what that kind of information looks like?
Yes, there's a pretty significant requirement in there for parent reporting, and we did actually write in there that our preference would be individualized reports for students. We do know of some companies that can provide like individual visual, like video reports for parents that actually walk them through in about 2 minutes what their report tells them. So we have asked for that. We'll see what comes back, but that is very important to
That is
have
something. Yeah.
parent friendly. To that end, the Office of Educator Effectiveness is actually still holding parent and student interviews right now to gather feedback from parents and students, and that piece will be incorporated in the report side. So once we get
That's
our
great.
vendor, we'll work with them on that side. We did require in the RFP for like COG labs, so they will have to have parent labs and panels to build out those reports.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
That's exciting.
One other thing I did forget to mention that Ms. Smith wanted me to mention, the information about Continue with ACT Aspire will be published in a commissioner's memo by the end of the week. So we have that ready to go out.
One thing that we had talked about, and it was in a lot of the focus groups that you did, was whether you would do intermittent testing during the year or the end of the year summative. Did you make any decisions on that as far as the RFP, or did you going to leave that up to the vendors?
So we left it open that they could bid one of two options. One is a full 3-year assessment where there are multiple administrations and those in some combination make a final score. The other way that a vendor could bid is a summative and an interim system. So they're separate, but the interim would inform the summative. The interim would provide information all year. It just wouldn't be used in accountability.
Okay.
So we have still left it open, but we did narrow what they could bid in each of those options.
So both of them have some form of an interim assessment then?
Correct.
Okay.
Yep.
Any other questions, Ms. Post? I know this is going to affect you in the coming years, so you have a high interest in this. Okay. All right.
I believe it is through about the end of December. I think it's about a 6-week window that they have to get their bid in, and then the review committee starts.
You have a good interest in it as far as different vendors, you think?
Yes, ma'am.
Good.
Yes.
Good. All right. That competition is a good thing.
Exactly. Yes.
All right.
I think we will.
Anyone else? Excellent. Thank you.
Thank
I know
you.
it's been a hard process, but I think we've got the expert on the job, so we appreciate you.
We're excited. Thank you.
All right. I think that was it because we've already done the last one there. I do want to say that when Mr. Owen was here this morning, I misspoke. I said that Arkansas was leading the nation in computer science education, and I saw a screen that he showed me. We are leading the world in computer science, so I want to thank Mr. Owen and his team for that. I hope you'll come back at some point and share that screen with us, because Arkansas stands out worldwide, and that's pretty amazing, All right, any new business we need to take care of? Ms. Freno, are there any public comments?
There are no public comments, but there was the one that was emailed in that was distributed to you all by Gina Wendell.
Okay.
And that was, let's see, from Charlene Wright.
Okay.
Did you all receive that?
Did everyone receive? Okay.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
But there is no one here to speak.
No other public comments?
Public comment.
Okay, all right. Well, if not, then we will meet again in December, and as far as I know, it's going to be a 2-day meeting, and Ms. Wendell told me that we are going to reinstate our Thursday night dinner together, so plan on attending that, because that's just a good time to not have any business. We can just kind of get to know one another, and it's a good time of fellowship. So we will see you in December. Okay. All right, we are adjourned.
Thank you. Good job.